Which one's which? Okay. Welcome back, everybody, to day 2. Today we're going to be starting the turns. So what do we have so far? Well, let's have a look. Let me also just double check I am live here, because okay, yeah, we are. Okay. Yeah, we're working. Okay. So, what are we doing so far? We are here. Okay. So, we have our login, which was already done before yesterday. But now we've got our play mode to a degree. So, we end up with the, some of the cards in our hands. So we've got our minion hand and we've got our utility hand here. Showing up a confirmed mulligan phase. So here we're going to select to get rid of these 3. Just that one, actually. That's a pretty decent hand otherwise. This is a terrible hand. Okay. And we end up with these, which that shouldn't have been able to come into my hand again. Interesting. We'll have a look and see why that did. Just get rid of that one here, and just get rid of that one. Okay, 1, 2, 3, perfect curve. And now both users have nothing displayed to them, but that's because we've entered the start game function, which we haven't started coding in yet, pretty much. So that's how we're going to start off today. So I need to put my glasses on. We're emitting this ready thing. Okay, that's fine. Well, kind of. So what we're going to want to do then is, instead of doing this, we're going to call a function. Is what we're going to do first here. Socket.emit, reload hand. Yeah, we can reload the hand, that's fine. Else we emit this. We should also set op.ready to false. Oh yeah, because what we do here is we emit both of these 2. Now we should be calling into a function here. So what do we want to do? We want to basically start the turn. So before we reload the hand, what we should also really be doing is drawing a card, because we're starting turn. So we're going to call game mechanics here. Game mechs dot start game. Okay. Oh, that's already a thing. Start turn is what we should be calling this here. Okay, so start turn is going to be a function. Okay, so we need to pass through 2 different, well, we could just pass through the game ID, couldn't we? Is that how we would do this? We could just pass through. Okay, yeah. What we'll do is we'll just pass through user and opponent, and what we do here is we do user and opponent. Yeah, that would work. Else we omit here reload hand. Right, that could work. We could just no, this is correct. This is the correct way of doing this. Okay. So when we socket.emit reload hand, okay, so that's a socket connection though. We should really be doing, well, we should be doing this a little bit differently anyway. Okay. Right, so what we want to do then is we want to draw a card for each user. So we're going to call the draw card function, and we're going to do this for both users for both decks. So we just literally need to do this pretty much. Except we're only going to draw one from both of these, and we're just going to pass through the user and the opponent. So once we've started our turn, we've drawn the card, and then we're going to do user.emit reload hand and user.socket.emit reload hand and op.socket.emit reload hand. What's the difference between ready and reload hand? On ready, we submit this waiting for opponent. Remove. Okay. And then do we reload the hand anyway? So we call start turn, which means console.log starting. Right, no, we also want to load the hands then. So this isn't particularly working as it should be, is it then? Or at least I should have something different here. So we're emitting to the user. So the user in this case is the one that doesn't have the ready. But in this ready here, oh no, the user's already reloaded their hand, but we need to reload their hand again. Okay, that's fine then. So we could say op.socket.emit ready and then op.socket.emit reload hand. So op.socket.emit reload hand, and then we do op.minion hand and op.util hand now. And that should oh, reload hand needs to just be passed false. So over here, both of these just need to be false, right? If boolean is true, then we start turn, so they both just need to be true. Okay, so let's double check that this works then. We've done just a little bit of a little bit of server-side stuff here, so nothing should have particularly broken, I don't think. Okay. Let's have a look. So log in here and log in here. So now we will submit a mulligan. I shouldn't be putting too much thought into this process. So okay, so it re-shows the hand here, and then over here let's just refresh or throw back pretty much everything. Right, this guy's got an error though. It hasn't reloaded their hand. This person has 4 in both hands. However, the first person to submit their hand has had a little issue, and I got rid of the console, so I can't see exactly what the error was there. So let's have a little look. A lot of the early phases of starting this up will involve a lot of getting things wrong and reloading everything, so I apologize for that. Right, cannot read, property, remove of null, client socket handler, line 34. Confirm mulligan dot remove. Okay, so we would only ever remove this when we reload hand. The confirm mulligan would only ever be there if this is the case, I believe. So then this should just make that work. I'm a little bit worried that something else has gone wrong here because the whole hand isn't loading, but we'll have a look and have a see exactly what the case is here. Okay. So we're waiting for the opponent. We've got our hand. Right, have they both got their hand now? Now the only issue here is this guy's hit starting twice. So the first time they hit that starting was op.socket.emit ready. What does that even do again? It removes this waiting for opponent. So what we could do is we could say up here then, yeah, if we just cut that, we could say if document, well, let's just do this quickly. If this is not equal to null, is it null? Yeah, it's null. Then we remove it, simply enough, and then that should fix that issue. At some point today we will probably make it so that we delete the game if one of the users disconnects, just for simplicity's sake for now, because I have to reload the server every time at the moment. So that'll probably be something we do later. And 10.5, I didn't remove the start turn function, did I? Okay, so that got the starting twice, but if we just get rid of this now, so the socket.emit ready doesn't need to happen either. Let's just double check then that everything works. We've also managed to remove a socket transaction here, which is pretty good. Okay, 8 and 10 go away, 4 and 5 go away. That's even worse. I think we do have a bug, but I need to check that out later. I'll probably do bug fixes as off stream as possible. So here we go then, we've got both people with or both users should I say, with 4 cards in hand. We should probably just full screen them both here. So we've got 4 cards here and 4 cards here. Cool, we're looking good. Okay, so when we start turn here, we draw a card and we emit this to both users. So what we now need to do is request that the user submits a minion for the opponent to face. Now, at this point, it is a bit tricky because we should be also sending information on the turn number. How would we do that exactly? So on reload hand we do this, and then we do this. Right, so start turn here then. What we will do, well, this start turn should actually be excuse me, elsewhere. So function start turn. What we will do is we will if we emit what game turn we are on, so we've done the draw card part, we also need to check which cards are playable. Well, that needs to be handled with the turn number. So we do need a lot of different things on the game side here, which is in here, I believe. Nope. However, what I do want to do here, I basically created a get the current this. Cut that, paste it up here in a new function. So this basically so this is going to return, so let array let users equal an array of user and op and return users. So here the only thing that we need is to pass in the socket. So this basically does get game by socket, and we literally just take in a socket and we return the user and the opponent. So this is actually probably get game users by socket, and we've done that here. So get game users by socket, pass it the socket, and here we'll do var users equals this, which is an array, and we can then say var user equals users in the 0th position, and var op equals users in the 1st position. Okay. Yeah. Then what we need to do is... Where did I put that? Okay, so function start turn. We're going to emit to the server that we need to find the turn ID from the game. So module exports is here. Should probably put a little bit of space between those functions. Right. What I want to do then is socket.on, reload hand, start turn. I put start turn here, yeah? Are you a game developer? By hobby, yes I am. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Evankster. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, this is the official stream of the game that I'm developing here, which is Sorcerers, a card game, which is in a very early stage at the moment. But yeah, it's what I do in my free time. Export a bone basic animation as a sequential PNG or use the engine's bone system. I'm not particularly a very good graphics person, I would say, so I wouldn't want to give you an answer because I don't particularly know. There are loads of discords of far better game developers than I that may be able to help you out though, so I'd recommend asking around and finding some of the bigger game dev streamers. I don't particularly know. Apologies. Right. So we called start turn. On start turn I want to emit to the server, or do I? So when we start our turn, we need to request the turn number of the game that the user is in. And well, we need to do a lot more with this game object, don't we? Where is it? Here it is. Okay. So what do we have to add to the game object? So the game object here needs a turn num, which is going to be default equal to 0. We also need each user to have a sorcerer object. Right. So what we'll do then is we'll say sorcerer is an object and an object and an object. Okay, so name is just going to be sorc1 for now. Color of green. A HP of 50. An attack of... This is a lot of number inputting here, I apologise if it seems a bit confusing. Attack of 2, an armor of 0 by default. So we've got name, color, HP, attack, armor. HP, attack, armor. What else have we got here? What else should this have? Weapon, which at the moment is just going to be null. I believe that's it for now, so we'll just put this here too, and we'll just put this to be sorc2 and red. Okay, those are just for later on. The turn number here is what we're using right now. So when we do this, what we should also do I feel like when we do the... It's not here, is it? That we do it. I think it's here. Where... Yeah, get your game users by socket. I think we should just be getting game by socket. So get game by socket. And we will then set this to var game equals this. So when we get game by socket, we pass this a socket, and we do if the game array .user1.username is the socket.username, then we will just say the game is just going to be equal to the gamemex.gameArray I, and the same thing down here, and then we will just return game. And after we've done that, get game by socket, we'll say var user we could do this a little bit differently. No. We don't have to do that differently. And also we should just do no if statement here because it's unnecessary. Because it doesn't matter whether it's the first or the second one. This should just be an or statement. Okay. So then what we want to do down here, when we've got the game by this, we need to do the if statement down here pretty much. So if game.user1.username is equal to the socket.username, then var user is game.user1 and var op is, let's just quickly remove this, and var op is game.user2, else var user is game.user2 and var op is game.user1. Okay. So we get the game by that, we get the user and the opponent, and that should pretty much be all we need to do there. Socket.emit should work. Okay. Hey Insane Jimmy _, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well today. Welcome to the Sorcerers official Twitch. So what do we want to do? I've just completely blanked. Socket.emit this. Right, so now we've got this get game by socket function. When we need to, we should be able to emit to the server, hey, I need the game that we're using, and thus the game turn number. Okay. I know what I'm doing, I think. Just about. So we want to do a socket.emit get turn num, and over here socket.on, this should be our socket.on place, shouldn't it? Server socket handler. Oh no, it's over here. So socket.on get turn num, was it? Yeah, get turn num. We do function, and we want to do socket handler dot get turn num, and we're just going to pass through the socket here. I just got banned in another. I mean, if they're streaming in the game developer, they're probably a game developer, but that is it's a bit harsh. Welcome back though, Ivankster. Sorry, I feel like it's Caster. Hey, you okay? Oh, I guess he was. Okay, so get turn number by socket. That's made my day a little bit, that has. So get turn num. Is that what we wanted to do? I keep forgetting. Yeah. Function socket. So we want to call this get game by socket. Get game by socket, pass it the socket. Var game equals this. So get game, and then we're going to say return. Well, no, we're going to have to emit this to the socket. Socket.emit game turn, and we're also going to pass through the game.turn num. Okay. Is there not a better way of doing this? No, probably not. Okay. So when we have a socket.on of, what was it? Game turn. Function turn num. Okay, so when we receive the turn number, we should probably just update a number which is on both clients. I think that would be the best way of doing it. So we're going to just set then var turn num equals 0. And then over here we'll just say turn num equals 1. Welcome to the stream, Insane Jimmy. Thank you for popping by. I should probably turn that down a little bit on my on my computer. That's quite loud. Right. So once we've got this turn number, where are we asking for it? We get it. We are asking for it here. I suppose we could just do the socket.on. Worth. I'm glad. So start turn socket.emit get turn number. I guess what we will do for now, I know what we'll do. What we'll do is we'll just have a small turn, like little div container. So create element div ID is going to be turn number container null. I suppose we'll just have actually that turn number. How would we create this to be available over here as well? When we start to, oh, I know what we can do. I think. No, I don't know what we can do. We could just have this on the so by putting this over here, this is fine. But when we eventually get it back, we can't set it over here. I suppose we could call a set turn number. Set turn number function. Now we just pass it turn number. And then over here we just call function set turn number, and we say if this exists, I'll answer your question in just 1 second. It's St. Jimmy. Apologies, I just want to try and think my way through this 1 second. So if... No, because that's only going to be local to this function, right? We're just going to have a variable turn number. And we're going to say turn number is going to be equal to, I should probably call this turn number. And then over here what we're going to do, actually hang on. Why don't I just update the turn, oh, I'm so stupid. Right, document.get element by id turn number container dot inner HTML equals turn number. Done. Why am I so stupid? I don't know. Here then we are just going to take in append to main container and null. Okay. Yeah, I feel the same, Moose. I feel the same. So we set this now. Okay, so we're not going to have it as having a thing there. Let's just double check this works first. This thing. Position fixed, right of 0, top of 20%, height of, I don't know, 50 pixels, width of 50 pixels, a text align center, and a line height of 50 pixels. And let's check whether this works or not. So to answer your question, Jimmy, I don't know what I'd really compare it to, because it sort of takes little aspects from a few games and then has its own really unique twist to it as well. So I wouldn't really compare it to much at the moment. Maybe it's a bit like Magic, but not at all really. So yeah, I'm afraid I can't really compare it too much. Over the next few days, hopefully we will be able to show the unique twist, because that's what's coming up here in a minute. And I've completely forgotten. Oh yeah, I was doing the turn number thing. That's what I wanted to check. Oh, that's interesting. I need to check what went wrong there. Okay. But yeah, over the next few days, we hopefully, yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to showcase. I say we. It's just me. So we didn't remove the confirm mulligan here. So why did that not happen? If document.getElementById waiting for opponent is not equal to null, then we get rid of it. So, oh, because we're not doing this down here. So shouldn't we just put confirm mulligan dot remove up here? Because we're always wanting to remove the confirm mulligan. I'm a bit confused by why I coded it this way. Okay. This now hopefully should work. I like your question, but I might have to ban you for that. There we go, we got rid of the waiting for mulligan. Now, okay, so both of these guys, oh, uncaught, cannot read property, remove of null on line 34. Right, so this needs to say if the confirm mulligan button, right, so then we need to do pretty much what we've done up there. So if we have, then we can just do this as else. We do this. It's nice when code comes together. It's beautiful. The moosing. God damn it. That's the only reason you made that username, isn't it? Puns. And I like that. Okay, so let's remove these minions. You didn't remove the confirm mulligan button. Why didn't you remove the confirm mulligan button? So if they've got a waiting for opponent button, remove it. Else remove the confirm mulligan button. And it's done. So what does a, oh hang on. So it does evaluate to null. Do you have any cards planned for this game that I can show you yet? Not yet. Hopefully soon, TM. I'm basically making 5 cards a day at the moment. It's day 2. But I missed yesterday actually. But I done 5 the day beforehand. So I'm like 10 cards behind at the moment in backlog. And I'm basically going to release them all and say to people like, what do you like? Which of these cards do you like? It's kind of the plan. I'm going to put some of my own in and just say, yep, these are cards. And otherwise I'm going to say to you guys, what would you like to see? You know, what would you like in the game? I think that's going to be a good way of doing it. We might have a few trolley cards therefore though, so we'll see. Okay. Yeah, so why did this not remove the confirm mulligan? I reckon it's because that's not called confirm mulligan. What is the odds I am correct? I'm fairly sure that's called confirm mulligan button. Oh damn it, it's not. Confirm mulligan. So I guess we'll just call this an if statement. If document.getElementById confirm mulligan is not equal to null, then remove it. Yeah, I suppose that'll work. Hopefully. I'm not sure why it hasn't been. A little bit strange. Test, test, me test. Yeah, that doesn't get rid of it. Why is that not getting rid of the confirm mulligan button here? Because the ball isn't always true, I believe. Oh, okay. At least it wasn't just like, oh yeah, I still kept you as a ban anyway, as most mods in chat would be, or in Twitch chats would be. I think I had that once. I was just like, okay. I got banned for posting, I don't even know what it was. It wasn't even a copy pasta or anything. There we go. And now they both have this. It doesn't seem like we've actually received the turn number back though. We've got no server error. We call set turn number and we pass it the turn number. I think I know what it was. If it is this, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. So var game.turnNum plus, no, I should just be saying game.turnNum. Oh, hang on. I shouldn't be calling that here. I almost said plus plus, otherwise we go straight to turn 2, which wouldn't work. Okay, so when we call this start turn in game mechanics, we need to... Why don't we just do it here? So we just do game.turnNum plus equals 1. We could just do plus plus actually, couldn't we? Okay, so increment the game turn number up by 1. We'll double check that works. And have a C. Have I answered everyone's question? I don't feel like I have. I feel like I've missed one. Apologies if I have. Okay, remove those. And those. Hey, we've got turn number. We have liftoff. Okay, do I like this positioning? Maybe we just put it on this side here and we just say turn number this. Is that the best way of doing it? I suppose there isn't really a best way of doing it. I think we put it over here actually. Yeah, we'll put it over there because we need the board to be here as well. So we'll put that over there between the two users. And we'll probably just move on to the next thing without really checking whether this definitely works. Top of just 50%, I think. Actually no, this should be a calculation of 50% minus 50 pixels. 25 pixels even. Okay. So now that we've got our turn number, well actually we haven't got it fully. We want it to equal turn plus turn number. Okay, so now that we've got that, we need to do a check when the user submits something. Now, when we do this bit down here, we basically need to say to the user, submit a card. Now, I'm just going to go by the, well, we need to say submit a minion. And we're going to say, well, actually we need to do something else here. We need to use check on the server side whether or not the user has any playable cards or not. Where would we call that here though? I don't particularly want to do it with this, so maybe we call it on reload hand. No, that wouldn't really work, would it? How could we do this? So we want the user to send a message to the server. Well, actually, no, we could do this in that turn num thing though. Couldn't we? Or we could even do it in the reload hand. Yeah, we'll do it in the reload hand here. Right, okay. I'm not sure. So when we call this reload hand, we'll set something to say these are the playable cards in this user's hand. Or we could just do it all server side. And when we get this start turn message here, no, not here. Here, we could just say if the turn number is, yeah, we could call this here actually. So if but we need the hand as well. So when we set the when we call for the turn number, we'll also call for the user's deck. That would work better. Okay. So where do we do the turn number? So we'll also do game. It depends which user it is. So we'll do if game.user1.username is equal to socket.username, else var user deck equals game.user1.minion deck. Has no idea what's going on. Has a good time anyway. Apologies. I'm not very good at explaining stuff yet. I need to work on that because otherwise nobody's ever going to want to watch and thus never want to play. So we're passing the user deck in here, and we'll pass in the user deck here as a variable, because then when we emit this game turn, we can say if each of these Yeah, okay, I've got what we're doing. So socket.on, don't know what we're doing that for. Socket.on game turn num, we're going to have hand, and we're going to pass hand in here as well, and we're going to pass hand in here as well, and we're going to say if hand, well actually we're going to have to do a for loop here. So for I equals, for let I is 0, I is less than hand.length, I plus plus. So for everything here, you know less than nothing about coding. Ah, okay. It's good that you've popped by into the game dev section. Game dev section though. That's much appreciated. So for each thing in the hand, we want to check whether its cost is less than the turn number. So let's say up here then, let playable be an array, and we want to say if hand.cost, hand I.cost is less than or equal to the turn number, then we will playable.push the position in the hand of this card. Okay. So after we've pushed this into the playable array, if playable.length is nothing, then we want to show that okay, we have no playable cards, so show no playable cards. Is this your first game? It is. It is indeed. Hence why most of the code is probably pretty terrible. So if we're showing no playable cards, what we want to do is just add a div, so create element div with the class instruction. Now we could just say that there is an instruction. How do we do this? So if they have no playable cards, at the moment we won't do anything with this though. We'll just do a console.log no playable minions, else we will get the card in the hand to have a different on-click effect. Okay, so that would make it... Oh, actually, I think I passed in something that wouldn't work over here. User deck. Oh, no, I did. Okay. Else we want to give all of the minion cards that are in this array at the position hand I actually this we should just push I. Okay. So we've now got an array of maybe 0, 2, 0, 1, 0, 1 or 2, or 1 and 2, or nothing. So if we don't have anything, we do this. Else what we want to do is we want to say for let I equal 0, I is less than playable.length, I++. We want to get that position in the hand, so we want to document .get element by ID, and this will be tricky. I need to double check actually what this would be. What are those things called? Well, this is broken, but that's fine because I just needed to find out this. So minion card. So minion card plus I. So minion card plus I. Document.get element by ID that. Dot on click equals function, and this is then going to be submit for dual this.id. Okay. Then we should double check that this works, I guess. So we're saying that this thing in this array is going to do this submit for dual. Okay, and we'll just say function submit for dual console.log submitted for dueling. Sounds cool, right? So hopefully this works. It may have a repeatability issue later on. I don't think so though. Okay. Confirm. And we'll come over here and do this. I don't know why I keep taking that so seriously. I need to stop. So we've got turn 1. No playable minions is offered to me, and no playable minions is offered to me here. Right, so that's wrong, because here we have a smallest minion with cost of 1, and the turn number is 1. So why have we been shown that? So if hand I dot cost so let's go over here. Should be over here. This dot cost. What if we do a console log here? Console.log hand I.cost. Okay. So this is client side, but I'm going to restart the server because, well, I have to anyway, because we still haven't added a quick fix to the whole issue that we have at the moment. Okay. 4 and 8, 4 and 5, and we'll just confirm this mulligan. 4, 3, and that's it. We have nothing that costs 4 and 3. So what is this actually showing me then? So they both return 4 and 3. Can we think of why? 5, 6, 1, 10, 2, 8, 7, 9, 3, 5, 1, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I will just log the hand array here then and see what that brings up, because those are not what I would expect to show up. That 4 and 3 thing, that's really strange. Object, 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 object. Why is it only thinking I have... It's picking up the same person as well. That's really weird. Let's go and see why this is, because now I'm interested. So when we pass through this hand, when we call set turn number, we have the hand here. So socket on game turn. So socket.emit game turn. We pass in here the user deck. So var user deck is game.user1.minion deck. Game.user1.minion deck. I'm passing through the deck and not the hand. But why is there only 2 things in that deck? That's bizarre. Okay, we'll have to check that in a bit. Minion user hand. Okay, so this should be passing us through a more acceptable thing now. However, I'm still confused as to why that showed that we only had 2 things in the array. No playable minions there. And this does have a playable minion. So minion 0.class.card is this. Submitted for dueling. Okay. So it has submitted that for dueling, which is good. Okay, now the only thing is we want to stop the other ones from having well, yeah, hang on. So we want to say here then that for let I equals 0, I is less than hand.length, I++. We want to do pretty much this, but not this. So copy and paste this here. If the minion card I, and we'll set the on click to just do nothing. And then any of them that are in the playable will have the submit for duel on click effect. I'm still quite confused as to why the deck thing that I was trying to do back there was saying that our deck was only consisting of 2 cards. It is a worry, massively. the users are just having that just have 2 cards. So put back minion dot push this user dot minion deck dot push these. Okay, so here I want to just do a quick thing. Console.log user.minion_deck.length. Whoa. So this should emit twice. This should have 2 different outputs here on the server side. Let's see what that does. Log in. Apologies for the lack of interactivity. If you guys have any questions or anything like that, do let me know. 4 and 4 is what we got back from the server there. That's wrong. Well, that's not wrong, but it is an issue. So put back minion is defined up here. So up here then, let's do what is the put back minion dot length, because if that's one of our issues, then yeah, I'm wondering if this is part of our struggles. We need to close both of these guys and get the server restarted. I thought I just closed Electron. Okay. Okay. Let's log in with both of these. Right, let's stop that from being an issue. And then let's mulligan back those. That's 3. That's 1. So that's fine. So that putback minion is fine. Now here user.minionDeck.push putback minion. So why was our minion deck only 4 long? Thank you very much for the follow, Careful Moose. Much appreciated. I'll see you later. Nice meeting you too. And thanks for popping by today and the follow. What is wrong with our hand here? Or, well, not our hand, but our deck. Well, let's do here then a console.log of user.minion deck. Why did that show up as minion deck 1? Alright, that's fine. And then well, actually this should show really the length. And then copy this and put it here. Let's have a see whether or not it's ever actually changing and putting the stuff that we mulligan back. So let's put back one card here. So that went from 3 to 4, so that's fine. And then here let's put back 2 cards, and that went from 2 to 4. So for some reason, okay, so here's our issue is before this, because our deck for some reason is how many short? Like 4 cards short? No, 6 cards short in each scenario, isn't it? Yeah, 6 cards short. No, it's not. No, it's not. Hang on. So when we mulliganed 2 back, so here it's 4. What are we expecting here? After we've put everything back, we're expecting 6. So we're always 2 cards off. We're always 2 cards off. What is 2 cards? Where are these 2 cards going? I'm trying to think of another point at which we pull anything out of the deck, but we're not. So that's weird. We need to do some investigating here. And bug fixing, basically. So we need to see when our minion deck becomes so short. So here we're doing draw 3. So basically there are meant to be, there are, should I say, 10 cards in the deck. And where I was just now showing this, at this point here, we've mulliganed, like we've put the cards back into the deck after the mulligan phase, but we're 2 cards short on every single pull, or on every single sort of log of the length of the deck. So on both of these scenarios we're 2 cards lacking. So when we do this, I'm going to say console.log here, when we load the hands, game.user1.miniondeck.length, and see if there's an issue from where we started here. So apologies, but this is going to involve quite a few reloadings of everything up. Unless I just find it immediately and find out that I'm just an idiot. That would be nice. Okay. So we got 4. This here is 4, so when we load our hands here, the length of our minion deck is 4. What? So let's put this up here then, and this should show us 10. Okay. Oh, I forgot to reload the server. And they're not going to load now. Okay. Right, let's have a see. Yeah, it's 10. But after... Okay, so our draw card function seems to have an issue. So here we're saying num is equal to 3, and we're drawing from the first user's deck. Yeah, they're supposed to be like that, Sasfog, and I'm fairly sure that they are pulling from different decks. This is where things get even more complicated. We have two different types of deck. So we have a minion deck and a spells/weapons deck. So if we're passing this both, then it will draw from the minions deck. Sorry, the minions deck's down here. And it will pull from the utilities deck and hand here. I believe that should work as I expect it to, only pulling this out 3 times. But I could be wrong. So when we call for this to draw a card, we take it, we do a math.floor math.random user.minionDeck.length. That's just for minions for now. And we say user.minionHand.push the user.minionDeck in this position. And then we splice this at the user minion deck position for 1. Right, I'm going to do 2 things now. Right. Here we'll do a console.log, and then after that we'll do a console.log here. So here let's do a console.log of I. So this should literally just do 0, 1, 2 according to the way I think this should work. So let's do a quick console log of that. As I say, apologies that this is going to turn a little bit boring because of the bug test. But this is really a critical part of the game, obviously. So that returns 012, which is fine because we're doing that for both users. Now, the only other thing is that this, as you were saying, Sasfog, this is being hit an amount of times I don't like. So how about we do this then? Here we'll do a console.log of user.minionDeck.length. Okay. And let's restart that. This returns 987654. Why? So we're setting this thing to a user here, and we're saying for each of these numbers, which we know spins around 3 times, if the deck is not util, we draw minions. But this if statement is hit twice. Well, actually, what's happening is then when user 2 does this, we're actually taking minions from user 1's deck, I think. So if we did a console.log of user 2's deck length, I reckon this is going to be 10. And I'm fairly sure that that's not due to something I've done, but I could be wrong. Well, it has to be due to something I've done. Why am I saying that? That's just a stupid way of believing. 9876544. What if .splice is doing something completely different to what I think it is? Splice JavaScript. It is. No, it's not. It's doing it as I expect it to. Well, it seems to be doing as I expect it to. But it's not, obviously. Is the same thing happening then with the utility deck? This is doing the same thing then. This is... So this is being hit 6 times. I'm really confused. Well, I know that it's the draw card function that's the issue. Because beforehand we have 10 things, and afterwards we have 4 things. Even though we've told it to only draw 3 cards. This happens to both users, so it isn't like the passing user issue. This for loop happens definitely the amount of times we specify. And if I put a console log in here, this if statement is happening 6 times in the for loop, which happens 3. So we have an if statement happening 6 times in a for statement that's happening 3. And it's happening for both decks. This splice function, I've just double checked, is right. So what's happening? Oh, maybe, yeah. Let's do this then. Let's comment out this draw card. It could be, couldn't it? I guess. That we're passing both users in somehow. Which doesn't make sense to me now, but kind of does make as a make as a sense. Yeah, I've just read your message now, and I'm thinking that you might be correct. Oh, hang on. It would help if I actually put a console log, wouldn't it? Console.log game.user1.minion deck.length and game.user2.minion deck.length. Okay. Did the other one not go off? No, it didn't. You're right. This was returning what I expect, in a way. Now, does it give them both the same hand? Whoa, this is interesting. So this guy was user 2. That's really, really weird. Why is that happening? So this is fine because we know that the hands are both separate. But when it comes to the splice, it seems to be confused over who the user is, and so it removes it from both decks, but not both types of decks. Interesting. Interesting. Why? Why is it doing that? So the interesting thing would be, because I've used a console log of user in here, and it's returned something. It's not got confused. Well, as far as I know, it hasn't been confused by which user it is. But how would I know? What if I console.log user.username? This should return the username of the user which we're expecting to do this for. So we should get game.user1 only. Isn't it updating the same data because the users both access the same data? So this load hands is drawn when. It's called when. I'm trying to follow along with what you're thinking here because I think you've got more of a clue than I have at this point. Where do we call load hands? Load hands. You don't call it here. So we call this once. Or do we? Start game happens when? What am I looking for? Start game. Find start game. This only happens once. So we only call the function which calls this once. In my head. Which is probably therefore wrong. So, yeah, because this is in an else statement. So when we join the queue, or when we call join queue, if this is the case, then we do this, else one user hits this point where we call start game. So let's console.log this. Start game hit. Because I mean the really confusing part is why our hand is only 3 in length as opposed to 6 in length. Like, where do those other cards go? That's what's troubling me. I guess. Right. Did I do another console log at some point? I'm sure I did. Yeah. That logged just one user's name. And yet both users... So this got hit once, which means that start game gets hit once. which means load hands should get hit once. Let's double check that. Console.log load hands hit. Let's do this bit. So load hands hit gets hit once. So then let's call this then. So console.log add minion. So from my thoughts, Sasfog, minion deck 1 and and util deck 1, this makes this a... Oh, yeah, I think that's the issue. Because what I do is I set this equal to this, and so when I say for it to remove from here, what it's actually doing is removing from, when I say it's removed from here, it's actually removing from here, since that's the reference. That would make sense. Yeah, I reckon that's our issue. I think you may have just solved it. So if we copy and paste this and we set minion deck 2 to be a different relation to that, or a different call to that, we should have that sorted, I think. Now actually I do need to double check that that's the case. So we will do here a console.log of game.user1.minionDeck.length. After that, because before this was returning 4, so let's see what it returns now. But I'm fairly sure that was the issue. Thank you very much, Sansfolk, for your help there. I may be jumping before the gun though. Hey Jack, how's it going? It's still not working. Is that because this here wasn't a fix? And actually, Control Z, we need to make this also a completely different thing. And we need to set this to 2 and this to 2. That would be my latest set of assumptions, of which every single one has bitten me in the bottom thus far. I mean, this is only placeholder anyway, but if it's causing bugs, then obviously it needs fixing. Seven. Thank you, Sasfog. I think you've just saved the day. That was really, really dumb. Okay. So this guy has a minion. So we should get back over to here now. So here then we should be setting submit for duel to this 1 health creature, but it doesn't seem to be working. So why is that the case then? So minion deck card, not deck. Okay. Actually, we should only be doing this once, shouldn't we? No, this is fine. This is only happening once, I believe. Oh, hang on. No, this isn't happening only once. I don't think. So if the playable dot length is 0, then we show this. Else, for each card in the hand, we go through this and we set no on click. Awesome. That'll be cool, Jack. So we say here then that the on click is nothing. And then for each of the things in the playable dot length, we get the element by the ID and set the on click to submit for duel. Oh, there's our issue. I think I would assume what that error is. So this one will work. Yep, but none of the others will. I believe we are not putting in the right place here. GFs. JavaScript's brilliant. Leave it alone. So where we're returning I, so for each thing in the hand array, we return I. I made a TypeSpeak game earlier this year. It was the bane of my life. Yeah, welcome to JavaScript. It's like that, yeah. So playable.length is this. Right, so what we actually need here then is plus playable, I believe playable I dot on click like that. That seems to make sense for me. I have to make a website with some JS integration. Yeah, good luck with that. I can help. Maybe. I'm not particularly amazing with JavaScript though. Okay, so I can get rid of that console log now because that's getting annoying. So we'll just submit a mulligan for all of those so that we can get, yeah. Oh right, yeah. We just need to do confirm mulligan here. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we've got this submit for dueling working now, because before it was trying to just find the 0th thing, whereas now it's trying to find the 0th thing in the array to put as this number. Okay, cool. 2 minds combined. Yeah, I'll see. Right, so when we submit for a duel, we now probably want... We're submitting this minion for the duel that's about to take place. So this is where things start getting interesting. Oh yeah. So we've done that bit. I've set up there. So if they have... I should probably be doing this here outside of this if statement. Because if they have no playable minions, then we're never actually doing this part. So this will work much nicer for me. And then when we do this here, we submit duel. And we submit something for the opponent to face. What we actually need to do here then, let's plan this out for once. Just show the waiting for opponent button or something similar. Here then, when we submit the card for the duel, we need to emit to the server that we have a card to remove from the hand of the user. I've never heard of Atom before. I've been using brackets. I've not heard of brackets before personally. I've used quite a few different editors. I quite like Atom. It looks a lot different by default, but you've got a really nice menu system where you can like set up everything as you like it. But yeah, Atom's my favourite IDE at the moment. Though I do switch, like I switch socks. So emit to the server that we have a card to remove from the hand of the user, and a card for them to face, so to speak, for the opponent to face. So we have a card for the opponent to face. If the other user is waiting, then show no playable cards here. We should actually also do something here and say emit to the server that this user is ready and waiting for the opponent to be ready also. So if the other user is waiting, then this is why I kind of wanted to do this server side, but I think it's okay as it is at the moment. So if the other user is waiting, then set up the next phase of the game. Otherwise, I should probably just use the actual pseudocode for it. So else, what are we going to do? So if the other user is waiting, then set up the next phase of the game. Else show waiting for opponent screen. Okay. That's pseudo for what we need to do then. So I think we'll do show no playable cards first because it's a little bit shorter. So show no playable cards. Show the waiting button. So waiting for opponent button. Waiting for op. Okay. Document dot. Oh, hang on. Create element div. This is my favorite function I've ever written. This create element thing is so nice to use. So create element div. We want it to have the class of this. Sorry, ID of that. No class. This needs to be waiting for opponent. It needs to be added to the main container, and then null. Okay. So we'll just put this below that because this is our response to that, and then emit to the server that this user is ready. So socket.emit user ready. Are we going to add the phase in here? Possibly. So let's just do that now. So user ready, and we'll pop the phase is submit for dual. Okay, we can get rid of that for now. So when we have the socket receiving, so the server receiving that message, so socket.on user ready, I think it was. I haven't already got that here, have I? No. We're going to pass a function, and this is going to utilize the phase, and we're going to call socket handler dot user ready, I suppose, passing through the phase to that. So user ready, wasn't it? Yeah, user ready. User ready is a function where we're passing through, we should be passing through the socket as well here. So the socket and the phase. And we're going to save our game equals get game by socket, socket. And we're going to say if game.user1, what? We're going to say that. Then we'll say that we'll do something different. We'll say if this is our username and the opponent is ready, or if the user2 is our username and the opponent is ready, then we will do a console.log ready to start dual, and this will be where we will add something along the lines of why am I doing all that? So here what we're actually going to do, stick to pseudocode, it's best. Set the user's facing and remove the card from the hand that they have submitted, which I should also do. So when we do that user ready, we should also have a card here if they have submitted one. So the user's facing and remove the card from the hand that they have submitted. Else, this basically means, but this should be another else if. Else if, basically this, but we're gonna add false in. And I believe that semantically this should be the case here. Since we've got the and or, and JavaScript doesn't like and ors or andorra because it's racist. That was weird. Why did I have that moment? Okay. Then set the in fact, why don't we just do that? Game.user. Actually, it depends which user we are. Crap. else if this, we're going to do game.user1.ready equals true and game.user2.ready is true. Okay. So this should hit, or this should hit. And then, well, this should be good to go then, shouldn't it? So we've set that ready to start dual, else we set this person's ready to true and that person's ready to true. And if both users are ready, then what we should do is say game.user. Again, it depends though what the other user is. So we should just do a different if statement here, shouldn't we? Or a different setter. We should do a setter here. So here, if game.user1.username is equal to the socket.username, then we set var user equals user1 and var op equals user2, else var user is user2, well, not sewer, and var opponent is user1. And we're going to say if this then just becomes if op.ready is true, else if op.ready is false, else if op.ready is false. Well, as this is just an else even. Else. Then we set user.ready is true. Wow, that was much simpler. Right. Actually, this should be game.user1, shouldn't it? Yeah, because this user1 is just equal to nothing. So let's copy, paste, and do this here. Good point. Yeah. Apologies. Oh, I'm leaning on. I was like, why is everything moving? Thanks for that. Much appreciated. This should fix that issue. I've not used let in a multi-sense like this, so I'm not sure if that works. Well, I guess we'll see. Okay, and if the opponent is ready, then we'll do that. Else we will do... Okay, so here we would have to emit that the user is ready and waiting for the opponent. I guess we just make waiting for opponent a function at some point. Yeah, probably. We also need to set this, right, we'll set this up later though, because we're getting distracted now. Right, so we've submitted for dueling, but we haven't actually, and wait. Have I just done a load of stuff that's not even necessary? So we're already saying that we're waiting for an opponent here, so we don't never need to admit anything back. And if the user ready, so we're basically saying set this user's ready to ready. I guess we should do that user ready thing there though, because where are we? We should emit the user ready. Yeah. And then I guess we should do the same thing up here. Socket.emit this. Now we're also going to need to set the card that the person is using. So when we said submitted for dueling, we need to pass in the card. So here, ID, and we'll just pass in the ID here for now, because we need to actually do something with the ID. And then we need to say here that we are passing in a card as well, and a card here, user ready, card, there we go, we'd already done that part there. Okay, so we've done this, right. So that should therefore be just about it. So we emit this, otherwise here we emit null. So what we can do the issue is here that we probably want to send this to both people at the same time. So if the opponent is ready, then we will want to start the duel. Otherwise, we pretty much want to do this. So actually we want to do this up here, and then down here we want to emit to the users that both of them have declared the opponent's dueling partner. Okay. I guess facing is what I should actually call this here. So emit to the users that both of them have declared the opponent's facing, and we'll do that there. Okay, I think this works now, but I've been so hit and miss with this today that I'm not 100% certain. Okay, so we'll do that. One ready to start duel, and then here both ready to start duel. Okay, let's give this a go. Been coding for about 20 minutes now, so something's sure to go wrong. Oh, socket list, which means we haven't done that. The most simple part to do of everything I just done, and I get that wrong. Okay, so oh yeah, I need to find where I'm console. It's not just those two. Or maybe it is for now. console.log this. There you go. Right. Anyway, let's load this back up again. Oh cool, we have a 1 cost minion in this guy's hand. And we don't in this hand. Okay. 1 ready to start dueling because we're waiting for opponent here because they haven't got anything. That's good. Else we want to do this. Both ready to start dueling. Yeah. We've done it. Okay. Awesome. So what we should also do then is where we do the console.log 1 ready to start dueling, we need to take the card out of their hand. Oh right, yeah, that's what we're doing up here. Awesome. What do I do? Do I take toilet break or do I go to have lunch? I might just have lunch and come back and then we've got like 5 hours, maybe 7 hours worth of coding to get through. I've actually... We're almost at the point where I thought I would be, and that's within 2.25 hours. And I fixed a bug that was very major. So yeah, we're doing pretty well. We're actually like, I can't tell how much you guys can see. Let me double check here. So you can see most of this board. We are like, so there is kind of other stuff like above that, but from here is like the start of each user's turn. We're about there, which is actually not bad considering this has only been like, well, yesterday we streamed for 4 hours and 10 minutes. Today we've been streaming so far for 2 hours and 10 minutes, so that's like 6 hours. We've managed to fix a major bug that was written yesterday, and apart from that, write what we've done yesterday and write what we've done today and get most of the way through the early phases of the game. But I'm not sure how repeatability will go, and that's probably where I'll have to do quite a lot of fixing up, because as soon as the turn ends, well, the thing is, we've got this current phase of the turn where we have like the duel, then we have the board phase, and then we end the turn. So at the moment what we could do is, once we have dueled a minion, we could just end the turn and then just keep doing things like that for now. Otherwise what we could do, yeah, and then that'll be it, and then we just have to do the board phase so we can check the repeatability of stuff, hopefully. But yeah, thank you very much for watching, guys, so far. If you haven't already, don't forget to click the follow button, and I'll be back in, let's say, 10 minutes. Whee! I can't go in any further than that. Back in 10. Okay. Right, let's get going again then. So, we have done this and proven that it works. So, now what we need to do, we can pretty much get rid of all of that. I just need to make sure now that the oh, thank you for the follow, Sassfog, as well, and thank you for your help earlier. Much appreciated. Welcome, and thank you for pledging your soul. See, right. Stop being stupid. Submit for Jewel. What we need to do is we need to get the ID of this card. So we're going to do that by doing what? Well, it is shown as minion card, is it? In fact, we do this somewhere. Here we go. Here we go. This is all we need to do. Var card equals id.split, like that. And then we're sending the card to the server, and the card is going to be the position in the hand of this thing. So if card is not equal to null, then we are going to do user dot minion hand dot splice at the card position for 1. So that's going to remove that minion from our hand. And then we're probably just going to get the user to reload their hand, which is done how? Socket.on reload hand. So that's what we do. Socket.emit reload hand. Where am I? So we emit reload hand. And what exactly is required here? Minion hand, util hand, bool. What's the bool? If boolean is true. Right, that's an issue. Else if... I don't know where else I've done this though. So how are we going to do this then? What if we just do... Well, yeah, we're going to have to refind all of these. So find reload hand. We've done that here. So it's either true or false then, right? Which is good for me. So true, else if bool is false, we do this. Okay. So we want to call this, we can set that bool equal to null, or just anything that's not true or false. And that would mean that we don't start turn or load waiting for opponent, which is exactly what we don't want to do. So we should just be able to call reload hand over here with both of the types of hand, isn't it? User.minion hand and as user.util hand. I'm fairly sure that's how we do it. Minion hand, util hand, bool. So null. Okay. And that should mean we emit that. Can you help me do my homework of C++? I have no clue how to do C++, I'm afraid. There's loads of places that could help you out though, so I recommend keep searching or give it your best shot. That would be my only really good advice involving C++ is ask someone else, because I have no idea. Apologies. Okay. So we emit to this guy, hey, we need to reload your hand. We should probably just double check that works. Okay, so let's close this. And this. I forgot what I actually changed. We'll check. Oh, it's when we send the minion. Okay, this is good. We've actually got this guy here. Boom! We take it out of our hand. Woot woot. And that goes as well. Awesome. That's so cool. So we no longer need this, and really this. And then here we need to emit to the users that both of them have declared the opponent's facing card. And what we first need to do then is emit that this is, well, show that this is the facing card of the user. So what we should do is we should set op.facing equal to the thing that we just got rid of. However, card is still a living example of that. You banish those cards to the Shadow Realm. Not quite. What we've done is we've set that up for the opponent to duel. Okay. Now that I've embarrassed myself suitably, we may continue. So we'll set here facing is null. And whoops, facing is null. Okay, so then we're setting this to be the facing, and what I want to do then is I want to do a socket.emit show facing. I never tried a file so long. Don't worry about it, you'll get there. So user.socket.emit this and op.socket.emit show facing. So we need to show the facing of both users. So for the user, they're going to have to show the user.facing and the op.facing, and here we're going to show the op.facing and the user.facing. Yeah. Okay. So when we call this show facing, that means that we want to display this card to the opponent. Now, one thing I haven't done yet is add in the Sorcerer here, which I guess is now, well, I guess now is the time to do so with. So yeah, let's work on the show facing first though, and then we can work from there. So socket.on show facing function. Okay. So when we show the facing of the opponent, we're going to take in the self facing and the opponent's facing. And we want to show facing screen, I guess. I haven't, Insane Jimmy. I have massive, I don't know what to call it. Ambitions, I guess. I really want to be able to have, like, in this duel section especially, I want to have, like, some pixel art of, like, something of, like, the art of the cards sort of coming to life and you having a duel with them. Because, you know, it's not really as much a card game as it is, you know, your soul sorcerers. That's the name of the game. You know, you summon these things and you make your opponent fight them, and then they are incarnated onto a board for your opponent. So, you know, I want this whole like thing to be really well shown, but I'm not fortunate enough to be able to afford that. So maybe if the game does well in its beta stages, and when I open up donations for the game we get something, then maybe, yeah, we can hope for that. In the meantime, I'll have to do it myself, and I planned out how long I think that would take me, and with my ambition for card sets, I think that that will probably take me a lot longer than what I aimed for. So yeah, it's art's going to be the tricky thing for me, I think, as well as the code, because I'm not very good. So yeah. So let's show the facing screen then, and show the self-facing and the op-facing. Now what this is going to do, I guess that should be here. So function show facing screen, yep. So show the facing screen, and we'll have the self facing and the op facing, and we will display, I guess for now we'll just display it relatively simply. It's probably the best way of doing it. So where do I show the cards here? So this is how I would do that. Copy, paste. So this is the showing of the card. This just needs to be made null, and the append to here will be slightly different. So what we want to do is create an element that is a div, has a, we should just set that here to just card. And we want to do this for focus. So the dual minions is going to be in a separate container, no class, no that, added to the main container, and it's not an input. So this is going to have like, this is going to be some kind of like span across the board. So what's it called? Dual minions container. So dual minions container will have a width of 100%. We will have a background color of an RGBA 0, 0, 0, and then maybe like 0.2. A text align center, which is really important. a height of each card is 200 high, so I guess it'll be 500 pixels. Position fixed. A left of 0, I guess we would just write, and a top of a calculation of 50% minus 250 pixels, there or thereabouts. Oh, thank you, Naticulus, for the follow again. Sorry, no, for the auto host. Much appreciated. Not sure if you're actually there, but yeah, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, so this should show our dual minions container. And then inside of here, we should probably set these to have a dual minions card. And we're going to append this to... I'm going to get into digital art soon. Oh, that's awesome, Jimmy. Oh man, that would be so cool if I could get some of you guys to help me out with that. Like, that would be amazing. So yeah, thanks for letting me know, that's so cool. Good luck with it as well. I don't have an artistic bone in my body. Everything I tried to draw when I was in school, I always used to get told off for not trying in art. When I was trying, it was kind of like, well, I kind of am. And they were like, no, you're not. It's obvious that you're not. You're not doing anything. I'm trying my best. Okay, so dual minions container is what we're going to add this to. Enough of story time. And right, so this is actually going to take in. So we want to do the op facing first. So the op facing dot name, the cost, the attack, and the defense. I think this should work. Okay. So then we can just do copy, paste. Yeah, we need to have these as two different things because otherwise it won't know which to append it to. And these are all going to be self-facing though. So this might show them side by side, which is a small issue. We'll have a see what they do. Let's have a look. Wow, we're up to 23 viewers. That's really cool. Thanks guys for coming along. Hope you're all doing well today. It still doesn't feel like Christmas even though it's already been. Don't know if anyone else has felt like that this year. Alright, so let's mulligan those away. Cool thing is... Okay, that was weird. I thought we just had a 1 health minion. Or a 1 attack minion, I don't know. Maybe I misread that. Okay, that shouldn't have happened. Oh, actually no, this guy must have had no playable minions. Cannot read property name of null. Game.js line 1, 1. No, not 118. So 118 and 124 are having issues. Why? Oh, because this op facing thing? I guess we should be doing a check actually, shouldn't we? So, hang on a second. It was over here, wasn't it? Yeah. So, when we show facing... right, we should check, we should do a null check. That's what we should... Whoa, where have all those views come from? Thank you all. Yeah, so when we're doing a facing... we need to do a check as to whether we've got a null or not. So over here we need to say if So if op facing is not equal to null, let me do this. Yeah, I don't know. I suddenly have 80 viewers. So yeah, I don't know where you've all come from, but thank you, if you're real. Okay, so if self-facing is not equal to null, we'll do this. Okay. Let's have a check whether that works now then. Because I think the issue was that the, yeah, that would have been the issue. And then we need to double check whether they line up correctly when they go next to each other. I'm not 100% sure on that. So let's have a look. There's a 1 attack minion there, so we'll confirm that mulligan. And what is this? We're getting loads of 1 attack minions. So both of these guys can submit that. So nothing happens with both screens. Good. Submit that. Right. This one's only got 1 card. And so is this guy. Now there may only it may only look like that. Hang on. Okay, no, they do both. What's the issue here then? Are we setting both as having that facing? Is that our issue? So... oh, yeah, I'm an idiot. Op.facing equals card. Okay. So now the issue is, where are the card name and card cost, etc.? And are they actually being appended to the right thing? Because this thing, that's weird that it's just there like that. Let's have a see. Because that, oh hang on, there's no... Interesting. Is this one getting anything? Dual minions container. No, it's not getting any of those. So we're submitting this card. Which is in the minion hand. Oh, this is just the position in the array, isn't it? Right, okay, so that's our issue. So what we need to do then is we need to set this to the object. So therefore we need to do this bit afterwards. And then remove a couple of lines here. Right. So we actually need to set this to the user.minion hand in the position of card. Then that will send us the object. Will this be okay though? It should be, because we just splice it and yeah, I think this works. We'll have a see afterwards. So we have this all set up. We should be good here. So we're getting that. Yeah, so the only other thing... what was the other thing? Well, this... oh no, this line here was the other thing, I guess. Let's have a double check, see what things are doing. Welcome all you new faces to the stream. There are a lot of you, according to my viewing statistics right now. I'm not sure where you came from, but thank you to whoever sent you here. Much appreciated. Okay, this guy has nothing, so we're just waiting for opponent. That might be one of the things I was thinking of. We need to get rid of this waiting for opponent thing. There we go, so we've set that up as the card that the opponent is facing. Now the only other thing I need to do, apart from removing this waiting for opponent, here, when we do the show facing true, else false, and then client socket handler show facing, we need to pass a boolean value here, which is remove WFO and remove WFO. I could do it here, but I'm trying to keep this as simplistic as possible. And then remove WFO. So if remove WFO is true, then we want to do document.get element by ID waiting for op dot remove. Okay. So the main thing I want to test now, why did I just do that? What I want to test now is what it looks like if both people have a minion that they're facing. Whoops. Okay, so let's have a look. Because I think they would line up side by side at this very moment in time. So this guy has nothing. That's annoying. This guy just has it immediately. Boom. Okay, let's retry that again then. Right, so we want to remove everything. Yes, we've got a one health. Nah, that's not what I wanted. Well, actually, I guess it does tell me that there is the issue because they both look the same. And so for this guy, this is right, but for this guy, this should be over here because it's what he's facing. So that's a petite issue. I guess we will retry though. There should be a fairly high chance of both people having a 1/1 minion because we remove 3 cards and then we would draw 4 even. So it's like a 70% chance each time that one person has a 1 attack minion. For goodness sake. This isn't going to work, is it? Right, so this guy has got it. This guy hasn't. God. Alright, okay. Apologies that this is a bit boring. I should probably set some kind of hacker method of doing this. Okay. Okay, this guy's got 1 health. Yes, we've done it at last. So we've added that. We'll add that. Right, they turn up side by side. Kind of what I expected. So what we need to do is we need to make dual minions card 1. Yeah, that would work, Sasfog, actually, wouldn't it? Why didn't I think of that? Yeah. So dual minions card 2. I guess we could just display block and do the same with dual minions card 1. Well, actually no, that wouldn't work quite, would it? In fact, I can just do this over here. Oh, actually, this guy didn't get anything. Cannot read remove of null. Uh-oh. Game 118. So if remove WFO is true, So both of them then are getting the remove WFO at the moment, which is interesting because I thought only one of these should get that. Oh, of course. Yeah. Oh, actually no. Because here we set the user to ready, user.socket.emit. This guy shouldn't be receiving it. The second person shouldn't be receiving that as true. Unless I've cocked up somewhere. Remove WFO. Because it would appear that the one that had it before is correctly working. There are actually 73 people in my chat, because at the moment it's telling me that there's like only 3, 6, 9, 11 people that are actually logged in. I feel like there's some kind of viewbot attack going on. I don't know. Anyway. So remove WFO. Why is this turning, well, this returning that remove WFO is true for this? And that shouldn't stop. Well, maybe it would stop it. So show facing, this is true, and this only gets hit once because it's only if the opponent is ready. We also need to say here then that op.ready is false. But why is it doing this WFO thing? For what seems like both users. Well then, let's do a console log, shall we? When we do this, console.log remove WFO, and let's just do this because I'm fairly sure I fixed something but I can't remember. Okay, so we just must have had a bug last time, I assume? Well, no, this person's still not receiving what the opponent's facing now. What on earth is going on there? User facing, op facing false, op facing, user facing true. If you so if the card argument is null, so if opponent equals ready, oh yeah, you're completely right. Yeah, it took me ages to realise what you meant. So actually this then should be inside of here. So if the card is not equal to null, we do this. Yeah, you're... no, this doesn't go like this. Hang on. I just need to figure this out a second. So... we should basically just do another if card is not null here. I think I'm being stupid. Give me a second here. But if opponent is not equal to null, we don't do this. Now... hang on, let me think this through. So if the card argument is null, if your if opponent is ready, if well, this part here was an issue. Right. Hang on, so let's take this out a second here. I'm just trying to think of what I'm doing here that's not right. So we set the facing equal to that, whatever it is. But we have a null handler on the client side. Now, if op.facing is not that, if op.facing is not that, and self-facing is not null, so what's... I don't see the issue. I might be being blind here. Apologies, Sassfog. So if the opponent is ready, set their facing equal to the card that we have set, and that could be null. Oh, I see. Because this is returning an error, because we can't reach the null point of this. Right, so if the card is not equal to null, then we set this. Oops, we're not doing a C language here. Else op.facing is null. I'm fairly sure that was the issue, yeah. Thank you for that. If that wasn't what you were meaning, then I might be confused still. We'll find out. This should work, however, and this should no longer cause us to have something on one screen but nothing on the other, I believe, because it would have just sort of timed out and said, there you go, there's an issue here. That was a 1 minion there, wasn't it? Okay, so we've got an issue at the moment if both of them return nothing. So here we should write if user.facing and op.facing are both null, then skip this next stage and call forwards. Okay, that's something I'll just need to do here then. And now let's get rid of that and open this and open that. Feel free to correct me, Sasfog, by the way, if I am just being me, i.e. stupid. Okay, so we just need to add display block. We want a margin left auto, a margin right auto, and a margin top of 300 pixels. So let's just change that quickly here. Margin left auto. Whoops, what happened there? Margin right auto. Margin top. Why is that adding that to the body? Alright, okay, that doesn't work as I thought it did. Never mind, let's close that and restart the server and our clients both. Okay. I'm looking out for that error where we seem to... Okay, so that's working now, right? Because this is what this user's facing, and this is what this user has set the opponent to face. We just need to double check what happens in regards to them both having a 1 health minion to face. Yeah, I'm fairly sure what you said has been fixed, so thank you for that, Sasfog. I'm fairly sure I fixed it, as I say. Oh, come on, can I not just get that? Yes. Right. Oh. That was a 1 health minion then, wasn't it? I feel like sometimes when I mulligan, things go a little bit wrong. I need to double check that theory, but I feel like it's done it more than once now. Right, so we'll get rid of the 10 and the 8 and we have a 1. Yeah, we've got an issue with how they are going. Wait, what? Oh, right. Right, so we have an issue indeed. Yeah. So our mulligan phase isn't working correctly. Right. So what we do then is we get the elements with the class name card. Okay, we let cards to mull, minions to mull, utils to mull. I'm fairly sure it was Sasfog because I'm fairly sure I've been seeing it happen. I think it's just a mulligan issue. where I haven't addressed something here. So for each thing that has a name card, we're going to push it into the cards to mulligan. Okay. And we're going to add into that card array I.id. Okay. So that should return something card number. Right. So here then we have it, so the cards to mulligan. If cards to mulligan I has the string minion in its ID, yep, then we're going to assume it's a minion, and we're going to push it into the minions to mulligan here. Right, so what is this minions to mulligan actually going to pass in here? This is going to pass us the position in the minions array of the card or cards. Okay. Card.split at minion card and then pop. Ah, I think this no. Card array I.id. So this is minion card. Let's say this is minion card 0. We're going to say that card is minion card 0. This is going to add 0. Let's check this. I want to console.log cards to mul. And then here I want to console.log minions to mul and utils to mul. This should be interesting. Okay, let's log in. Right. So I'm going to go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So our cards to mul should be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shouldn't it? No. It'd be 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. Yeah, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. So yeah, we get the minion card 0, minion card 1. So we get 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. And we send that to there. Now our issue here seemed to come when I just do these two. We seem to keep the middle minions. So we've got 4, 8, 3. I'm expecting to keep 3, but we keep 8. Yeah. So that must be server side, because I'm fairly sure I'm now super interested. Okay. So when we emit mulliganed cards, get show mulligans. Okay. So this would have sent us back 0 and 1. Okay, in the minions to mulligan. So we're getting the user's hand, etc. here. Right, so for each of the two things, for the position 0 and 1, we're going to set user card to replace is user.minion hand. So this user's minion hand. In the position minions to mul I. Minions to mul I would be 0 here, so user.minion hand 0 and user.minion hand 1. And then put back minion.push card to replace. Oh yeah, this would be our issue. This would be our issue. Because what we'd do is we would... So does this work if I get rid of just the first card? Because, yeah, no, it would. What about if I only get rid of the second and the third card? What happens here? I'm actually interested. I know what the issue is, but I don't know how it would handle getting rid of the second and the third card. Eight, 10, 3. 8, 3. Yeah, it keeps it. Man, I found it. Okay. So actually, we need to splice from the minions to mul I position minus I. Right? Yeah. We need to splice from the minions to mul I minus I position. Because if we remove one card, the card that was in the second position becomes the card in the first position. Yeah. Minus I. Oh. Okay. So that would be our issue. And we probably want to do the same down here. Minus I, since that would be an issue for the utilities as well. And that should just about work. Put back minion I. Oh, and we put it back into the minion deck. I was like, what is that doing? Okay. I think we have found our fix. We will find out. So test, where's test, play game. Right, so if we mulligan the first and second, we should keep 10 and not 6. There we go. It's working. Hallelujah. Okay, so they're both waiting for the opponent at the moment, which is a known issue. So now we can get back on with the issues regarding what? What were we trying to do? Oh yeah, we were trying to get both users to have a 1/1/1 or a 1-drop minion here. I could really easily do this by just changing it, but I kind of like having a play as well. Splits things up for me quite nicely. Whoops. I will get there. There we go, that person has 1. Boom. Cannot read property remove of null on line 118. Is this that same thing again? Where it can't remove WFO? It is, isn't it? I haven't... That shouldn't be asked to remove that though. So this issue only ever comes up if they both have 1-drop minions. Okay. So... if the opponent isn't ready, and we do this, we do user.ready is true. Right, I think I know what we're going wrong with here. Why are we only doing this here? Oh, okay, no, that makes sense. So if we're setting the opponent, I need to try and work my way through this now. So if the opponent is ready, if the card is not equal to null, then they set the opponent dot facing equal to the minion in the hand, and then, well, actually it's here though, isn't it? It's if the opponent isn't ready, then we go down to here and we say user.ready equals true, and the opponent dot facing is equal to the minion hand, but we never tell the user to reload their hand here. So when are we calling this waiting for opponent? When are we telling it to... Oh, right, okay. Oh, okay. I know why. Okay. So we need to do a socket.emit, and that would be show waiting for opponent or something. So here, this is what we need to do. Copy function show WFO this. Okay. And we're going to submit this waiting for opponent button, and we can probably just call show WFO here. What we then need to do, socket.on show waiting for opponent function show weighting, show WFO. Okay, and we need to do here show WFO. Right, so that should fix our quote unquote issue. There we go, and then that shows the waiting for opponent, and now both of these guys get this. Awesome. The only issue is now that this guy has way too much top margin. So we actually just want the margin top to be what? Like 30 pixels or something? 20 pixels? No. 50? It must be 100. 90. 95 pixels. Okay, or such. Oh, no, it'd be 96 because of the border. Forgot about the border. That's why. Okay, so 96 is the magic number. And therefore that would fix it to look like this. Now the only thing is these aren't actually centered properly, but what we'll do is we will therefore make this just have a width of something different. So whatever the hand, the minion hand, has a left of 150 pixels. So this is going to be calculate 100% minus 150 pixels, and it's going to have a left of 150 pixels. Awesome. So then this lines up properly with the rest of the game, and it will look better. So let's show this. This is the point where we handle the unhandled yet. Okay. Okay, so we do have two here. Whoa, 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 why do we have two here? We shouldn't have two 1-1s. Okay, cool, that shows up properly now. But we now have the issue that... We now have the issue that for some reason we can get two of a minion. So as we do the mulligan phase here, then we do card to replace is that, and then when we draw a card, oh, hang on. When we draw a card, it doesn't seem like it's removing itself properly. Well, I suppose what could be the issue? I feel like I'm onto it. So the issue could be that I reckon that issue comes when I go from right to left because I've done that -I thing. I think I need to order that from biggest to smallest. I reckon that's when that happens. Hey, Assembly. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I've just realised that so many people have started talking. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Aren't there more than one cost minion in the deck? No. There's literally just a 1 cost 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at the moment. But I think the issue... I just had the issue in my head, but I can't think of it. Yeah, I think the issue is when we... I think the issue is... I'll get there in a second. That we are having a bit of an issue when we mulligan from right to left. So let's say I do this rather than left to right. I think we get an issue here. So 5, 7, 1, 1, 2, 10. That worked. 4, 2, 9. Interesting. We've got lots of bugs. Okay. I'll keep an eye on that. I also want to keep an eye on when that comes like that and we have 2 waiting for opponent signs. So when we show waiting for opponent, if document.getElement by ID waiting for opponent dot is not equal to null, then we do this. So we only ever want to show 1. What is going on with this viewer count today? We just went from like 40 to 73 viewers and I don't have a clue why. And I don't know why I've got that many viewers. But hello. Hello world. Sorry, Asimbi. We're working on a card game here. It's called Sorcerers. We're currently working on the very early stages of the game. We're working on the mulligan and that stuff at the moment. So, yeah. Can't get remove of null on line 124. You think you've got a waiting for opponent thing, do you? Why do you think you've got a waiting for opponent thing? Well, let's just do this then. If that's true, and document.getElement by ID waiting for op is not equal to null, then we do that. That will stop that error from showing up anyway. Okay. Yeah, so we're on day 2 at the moment, of streaming that is. I worked on the back end of this off stream and we're trying to get through the kind of more interesting stuff on the stream. At the moment it's not that interesting though, I'm sorry. But I think people enjoy watching me do badly. I mean, I'd find it quite funny. Okay, so both users have this now, which is good. They both have their opponent, they're facing, and it's in the middle-ish of the hands, which is where our player's hero is, sorcerer, not hero. Our player's sorcerer is going to be positioned. This is looking good. I like it. Yeah. Okay, that will work just fine, I think. Okay. So now that we've got these minions here to face, well, at the moment these shouldn't be selectable. I don't know why everything's suddenly become selectable again. Oh, I suppose that when we load the hand of the user, everything becomes selectable. So we should probably change that to only be the case if this is the mulligan phase. So when we minion hand removed, load hands, function load hands, I think that's over here. Load hands, do this, render cards. It's a bit of a maze at the moment. Which plugins am I using in Atom? I don't think I'm using any plugins, but the themes, as I was asked for yesterday, SETI and Ariake Dark. I'll leave those up for a couple of minutes. Yeah, I should probably set that up as a command of some description, shouldn't I? Or I should just write it on my whiteboard or something. But yeah, that's that. So when we render cards, we're probably rendering them as clickable. Yep, okay, so this is a bit of a breadcrumb trail. So how can we tell whether or not to set this? We could check whether there's a turn counter, and if there is a turn counter, then when we render the cards we show this. Yeah, I guess we could do that. So we could say, because this isn't going to be editable by anyone, so it's not able to be manipulated in an easy way. So if document.getElementById turn number container is not equal to null, then we want to say that var onClick equals this, else var onClick equals null, and then here we'll just add in the onClick thing there. So hopefully, well, we'll do the same for these first as well. onClick and the onClick here. We'll just double check that that works. So this is going to need testing both before and after the mulligan phase. So test. Oh. My ability to write the word test quickly is far better than to write my own name. Right, so this has caused an issue here where we now can't click on them at all. So if document.getElementById turn number container is not equal to null, oh no, this should be is equal to null, then we set it to that. Okay, small issue. Larger consequences than the issue itself, really. Alright. So these should all now be clickable. Okay, and the same here. Did I actually play a playable minion then? Because I just clicked randomly. Good, so these aren't clickable anymore. That's good. That's good, that's good. Okay. So now we need to be able to, like, this is really cool here. Like, we have a lowly weapon and we have a lowest damage spell. So I know the other thing I forgot to add to the user earlier, which is gold is equal to 0 by default. Okay. Oh. Right, so what we're going to do now then, I'm just going to check, like, oh wow, we do have loads of people in here. Welcome all to the stream, by the way. I have no idea why we have 50 viewers, but we do. But that's pretty cool. Not complaining at all. Okay. Right, so I've guessed at this point I'll do a quick summary as well. If you're new here, welcome. We are creating a card game here. As you can see by the title, this is the second day of development on stream, and I sorted all the back end out off stream just before Christmas, and now after Christmas obviously we have started making the game. It's going to be a slightly different kind of game to any other card game at the moment, I like to think, because we have two different main phases. We have a board phase like games like Magic the Gathering, which is probably like the closest to our board part, and the other part is a duel, where you duel a minion, as we have at the moment, like this. So you're going to have to fight the minion that your opponent puts against you, which will then summon onto your board. See you later, Simbi. Thank you for popping by, much appreciated, my man. I'll hopefully catch you again. So yeah, you have this, and you have to face this off now. So by default, you're oh, nerd. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, we can take any action here. We'll have 2 attack by default, so we could just take this out. So we would hit this and then take 1 damage and kill this, which would then summon it onto our board in the last known state. So if this was like a 10-10 minion and I had 5 attack and I hit it for 5 and then I used a 5 damage spell on it, it would summon onto the board as a 10-5. So that's basically like the drift of the game. The board is kind of like an attackers and blockers kind of state as well. We've not reached that stage yet, obviously, in the coding. But yeah, that's kind of like a summary so far. We've got down the mulligan phase and this first duel part. Hopefully, hopefully it will allow us to, once we've got this first phase of the duel stage done, I will have a repeatable game, kind of. We'll have a see. But anyway, let's get on with showing our little hero here now, or our little guy. I don't know. That sounds really weird if I say that. Right. So we want to show the opponent and ourselves. So what we want to do then is we probably want to. How do I want to do this? We'll set these up so that they have a left of that plus half of this. Yeah, okay. I know what we're doing. Right, so we now want to display the heroes, and we're probably the sorcerers that we're going to have. We probably want to do that when we show the hand for the first time. So the first time we call this, oh right, yeah, we can do this here. So load game board. When do we call that? Load game board. Here. load hands and load button mulligan. So here we're going to do load sorcerers, and when we do that we're going to so when we send this start game GameX.start game, okay, we're going to also have to give out the game.user one dot, is it sorcerer? Where is my game object? Yeah, dot sorcerer. And the game dot user 2 dot sorcerer. And we want to do basically this, except we'll just change the numbers around down here. Okay. 1 second. Okay. What we want to do is when we get this start game over here, where's that? Start game. That'll be over here. So we're also going to get the own sorcerer and opponent sorcerer. And when we do this, we're going to do own sorcerer and opponent sorcerer, obviously. Okay, so when we do load sorcerers, so load sorcerers, we want own sorcerer and opponent sorcerer. And we're going to do some stuff and things. So we're going to do document dot, no, we're going to create element div. We're going to create the ID of ownSorc, and this is going to have a class of sorcerer. I suppose this should also be sorcerer. So we've got the class null, null, main container, null. Okay, and we're going to copy this and paste this here and do the op sorcerer. Okay, so we've got our own and we've got an opponent sorcerer that we need to do some CSS for. So was that sorcerer as the class? So dot sorcerer is going to have a position that is fixed, a left of a calculation here, which is 50% minus, what was the username container's width? Username container, a width of 100 pixels, so this should be minus 50 pixels. Actually, that should be plus 50 pixels, I think. And we should then have a height and width of 100 pixels. So then this is actually going to be minus 50 pixels. Actually, it would just be 50%, wouldn't it? So the left is going to be 50% minus, we'll try this, I'm not 100% sure which one it is, and a width of 100 pixels. I think that's pretty much it. But the own sorcerer and op sorcerer, so hash own sorcerer and hash op sorcerer are just going to have a different top attribute. So the top of our own sorcerer is going to be a calculation of 100% minus 100 pixels, and the opponent is going to have a calculation of, oh no, it's just going to be 0. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to do document.get element by id own sorcerer, and do .style.background color is equal to own sorcerer dot color, and we're basically going to do the same with the opponent sorcerer. Luckily enough, it's just 2 letters difference, so there's not much room for misspelling. Okay, let's give that a go, see if it works. Okay, it looks really bad if I do that. Right, so it should be is it just a 50% plus 50 pixels? No, it's literally just 50%, isn't it? No, it's not. Plus 50 pixels. No, plus 25? That looks about right. Okay, so plus 25 pixels. Cool. So then we probably want to make this confirm mulligan have that as well, and the waiting for opponent. So when they have the left here of minus, it was plus 25 pixels, wasn't it? So we want to have this on waiting for opponent, and remove this. In fact, just set it to have a position of fixed as well, and then a top of 20%, although I'm fairly sure that should be like calculate 50% minus 50 pixels. So the waiting for opponent button, thing, we'll leave it at that for now. Paste, we want position fixed, and a top of calculate 20%. That'll do fine. We remove these. Okay. So let's give this a revisit here. Should probably leave some extra space on the side of the spell cards to make the screen symmetrical. I think what we'll probably do is, the thing is at the moment the board's sort of like shifted over a bit. It's not sort of meant to be the 100%. The board's kind of like the about 90%, if that makes sense. I'll show you what I mean. It might make sense already though. We're going to do something with the overlay as well of the cards, by the way. They're not always just going to be like that. They're probably also going to be a little bit bigger because at the moment they're pretty insignificant. Okay, so these do need a little bit more of a reshuffle. So yeah, this here, this 10% or so, actually no, I think it's about 120 pixels. This is just sort of like where we're going to have this and we have the turn counter over here. Whereas the rest of the game is going to be based on this sort of 100% minus whatever this sort of edge is. These will probably like go a little bit bigger because I want people to be playing this full screen really. Again, you can't force the user to do anything in particular, but you know, I can hope that they do that. Alright, so waiting for opponent's broken, and the confirmed mulligan here, the left is definitely not this. It's got a width of 250 pixels, so this is 50% minus around about 105 pixels, I believe. And then waiting for opponent, I don't know what has gone wrong there. Oh, that. Okay, let's have a quick look. Have a see here. Yeah, that's true. We'd probably want something like that on the other side. I've not actually thought of board interactions with those actually. That's interesting. Thank you for the idea. Okay, so confirm mulligan is right. Okay, so it basically needs a yeah, we'll think about a graveyard actually. Confirm mulligan needs a left of minus maybe 55 pixels. Yeah, that looks possibly right. So that needs 55 pixels. Therefore, because I'm possibly going to add that, well, the void could also go here. I don't know. I like resisting symmetry a bit too much, I think. Right, and this waiting for opponent also needs a little bit of help over here. So maybe just minus 25 pixels would work. Minus 35? Yeah, no, 45. Minus 45 or so pixels here. Bit of magic number play here. We'll just do minus 50. I feel like it needs a lot less top as well. That looks much better. Just like top of 30%. Right. So just give it a top of 30%. And its left needs to be 50% minus 50 pixels. We'll possibly add some kind of like history or stuff like that to the game. Yeah, because this does now. I'm looking at this. It's like a bit skewed. Yeah, we'll add some form of thing to this side, I think, then. Okay. I shouldn't really be worrying about aesthetics though. I need to be working on the functionality really. Anyway, so we'll just add in here like graveyard / history on right hand side. Okay, that's something to consider anyway. Right. Thank you anyway, Sasfog. Yeah, I hadn't actually considered that even. Right. So what we now want to do then is start thinking of displaying these things. We've got 5 different things that we want to display to each person here. Yeah. So we need to show their gold, their HP, their attack, their armor, and their weapon. So I guess we could put these down either side, or maybe just down one side of it. Sort of hugging the side of the deck container. Actually, it should probably just be hugging the side of them. Where could we put this? Hang on. Let's just open these both up again and just have a see. I don't like graphics. In fact, I hate them. So yeah, that's why I'm not showing too much of a concern towards them. We could just put it underneath the sorcerer here. That could work. If we show the information there, that would work. So when we load the sorcerers, we should also be considering that we probably want to load their information as well. Right, so we want to give these a bit more of a... Right, where are they? Why didn't I just do a bottom of 0% here? So we want to give it a bottom of, let's say, 20 pixels and a top of 20 pixels. And then we're going to create element div own sorc info null. We're gonna want to do some different stuff here, so I'm going to just set that as null for now, the inner HTML. Copy and paste this, and then op sorc info. So hash sorc info is just going to have like a height of 20 pixels, a position of fixed, a bottom, oh no, the bottom depends, but we're going to have a left, well that depends on the width. So the width is going to probably be about 100 pixels, giving 20 pixels per stat category. Well, therefore I think we should do 200 pixels wide. That might just about work. With a left of calc 50% minus 25 pixels, I believe. Yeah, I think so. And we'll just do a background, color of RGBA 0.5. Okay, so own sorc info is going to have a bottom of 0 and op sorc info a top of 0. Let's have a look then. This should work. Okay. Where is it then? Oh, they don't have a height, do they? Oh, I've got these the wrong way around as well. That's probably part of the issue. In fact, that's the whole of the issue. That was stupid. So let's close both of these. Okay. That looks reasonable. We might want to go a little bit bigger, but for now I think that's okay-ish. Let's just do that. Yep, those look okay. Yeah, we probably want them a bit bigger though. I just don't want to spend too much time on them. Especially considering that's something that's probably going to change anyway. Right. So, the things we want to convey... I need to write these down, otherwise I'll forget. In fact, we could just copy and paste them. Right. So we want to show create element div ID doesn't really matter, but the class is going to be info container. It's gonna have no on click. It's gonna have an inner HTML of HP and plus own sorcerer dot HP. We're gonna append this to the own sorc info and null. Okay. And then we're just going to copy this and do it a few times here for the attack, the armor. Are these all? Oh, hang on, I've got that open. Yep. The weapon and the gold. Now the weapon's also going to be a little bit interesting. We might do this one a little bit differently. We'll see. But just for now, we're going to do here info container. Don't think I've done one of those. Nope. We're going to do a display inline block, a margin of 0, a width of 40 pixels, a height of 20 pixels, and that should just about be it. Maybe a text align center. These all here want to be a text align of left. Okay. Let's have a look, see what these are like, and whether they have worked. The good thing is I can always change them in browser here. Alright, so we've got the HP 50 for ourselves. I did say display inline block, did I not? Yeah, info container, display inline block. Why is it saying that I haven't written this? because I've put it as an ID because I'm an idiot. I didn't notice that. Okay. Welcome to anyone new, by the way. Welcome to the stream. I don't know why the view count is so high. I'll be honest. Okay. So the only thing we need to really do here is reduce the size of the text. Maybe like 10 pixels at this point. Okay, so if we have no weapon, we don't actually want to do anything there. Do we actually want to show the weapon like that? Because we could show the weapon as being like on this side or something. Just show like a weapon. We could show that weapon, attack, armor, HP, or HP, armor, weapon, attack. And then our gold could maybe just sit down here in a different container. But the main thing is this is working. So for now we'll just keep it the same. So this is just going to be set to 12 pixels for now. We don't really care too much otherwise, like as bad as that sounds. Okay, so this just needs to be changed for op sorcerer HP. Whoops. Okay. Now this just wants to get added to opsorc info. Copy, paste. Oh. And that should now show us each person's information. Yep. Everything being shown properly there. This is looking pretty decent then. Okay. So we can now start to consider how almost ready to play. No. Because of how much we've still got to do. Probably not for a few days yet. But it's looking better. Probably even from when you started watching, which was like a few hours ago now actually. But yeah, hopefully it's looking better since when you got here. Otherwise it's kind of sad. So now what we basically need to do then, when we confirm the mulligan of both users, so confirm their mulligan, this guy's got a minion, this guy's got a minion, everyone's got a minion. So we now need to be able to use these, like if I was in this situation, oh yeah, we wouldn't have any gold. So then we would just have a button saying attack. So we'd say if our gold is less than any of these costs, then just show an attack button. So we would literally hit this, we would take 1 HP off of ourselves, we would take 2 HP off of this, but then it would be summoned to the board as a 1/1 anyway, because that was the last state it was in before it died. So I'm going to call that like the execution. That was the state of execution. And we're going to summon its soul onto our board. Oh yeah. And then we can basically have the dueling stuff working, and maybe even with actions. So therefore, we should probably try and get that done. So, what are we going to need to do? I'm excited now. Now it's like, oh, actually, this is... I see what you mean now by almost ready to play. Like this... the dueling part is actually almost ready to play, which is kind of cool. I'm excited. So what are we going to do then? So for this, we're at a stage now where there's nothing going on, but we need to have something going on. So once we need to get back into where we were now. Socket.me show facing and socket.on show facing screen, and that should be over here, show facing screen somewhere. Find show facing screen. Okay, so now that we've got this facing screen up and running, what we need to do is we need to check whether or not any of our actions are affordable. So this shouldn't be too bad. Actually, maybe. So when we show facing screen over here, show facing, when we do that show facing, I want to pass through the whole user now, and the whole opponent, I think, is probably just the best way of doing this. Okay. So where we do this, we'll just say self and op here and self, and then when we do the show facing screen, this here then is going to be self and this is going to be op, and we'll just say var op facing equals op dot facing, and var self facing is just going to be self dot facing, so that we've got that for just the ease of use down here. Then what we need to do is say something. So if so this if statement is basically going to be saying, well, let's do some pseudocode first. How are we going to do this? So we need to get the user's util hand and check whether their gold amount means that they can afford something. If they can afford something, then we will handle this later. We'll just do that later. So if they can't afford any action, then show a dual option, and temporarily, once both users have, oh hang on, if, no, don't worry, hang on. So send this action to the server. Okay. Then what we need to do then is, ooh, this is tricky. Hang on. Actually, no, it's not, because we can just reload this, can't we? Yeah, we just need to, if dual, hang on, if document.get element by ID dual minions container is equal to null, then we will do this. Else document.get element by ID dual minions container dot inner HTML is nothing. So we set the inner HTML of the dual minions container to be nothing. Therefore, when we do all this, it kind of just works. And we can call this from whenever. So if we can call this whenever, that would mean what? So this dual minions container what am I trying to think of here? Yes, we just need to basically call this again when we have done this. Okay, so we need to say then for I equal for let I equals 0, I is less than self dot util hand dot length I plus plus. If self dot util hand I dot cost is less than self dot sorcerer dot gold, do something here, else create element div attack dual opponent null. It needs an on click here of, yeah, that is on click function. Oh, so it's going to call the function and we're going to call this send attack to server, and that's not actually going to need to send anything here. No. And what we do then is it needs to have an HTML of attack dual opponent. It's going to be added to the, I guess, just the game container, and we're going to return null for the last thing here. Okay, so this attack dual opponent here is going to do this, and we can do that down here. So function send attack to server, we're literally just going to do a socket.emit attack. Is that just going to be it? Attack? No, not really. Attack dual opponent. And this is going to basically emit to the server that we need to do something with this. Okay, so let's get it done on this side first. So for now what we'll do here is we'll do a console.log bam or something like that, because I'm fancying having a little bit of fun since we're getting close. And we just need to show this attack dual op. So attack dual op is going to, I kind of want it, I shouldn't do that, to be here. So it's going to have a position fixed, a bottom of, let's say 80 pixels, a left of calculate 50% plus well, let's just do the same here as that. Let's just give it a height of 20 pixels, a width of 50 pixels, so it's the same width as that, which means the left is right, and a background, whoops, color of, well, we will worry about that. Where is our background color? Here we go. This should also have that background colour, by the way. I've just not remembered to do it for the last age. Okay. Background colour of this. So we're going to attack the dual opponent with this thing, and we're going to have a font size of 12 pixels again, so it's nice and small. We'll have a text align center, and we'll have a line height of 10 pixels or something, just to double check that it gets onto the page. So let's show this now then. Have a C. What is what? Test, test. Me test. Me go test. Yes. I was wondering why it was telling me to do that again. Okay, so this guy doesn't have anything to give, so we probably should do something there, shouldn't we? Maximum call size exceeded. Uh-oh. What? What does that mean? Maximum function has binary object. Index.js. We don't have an index.js. Oh no. What's happened? I'm a little bit confused. The server says it reached a maximum stack or something. I imagine that means that we done a bit too much on it. So as soon as I try and send this to the server now, it crashes the server. Why? Why has that started crashing the server? Because this was working earlier. So here, submit for dual, user ready. So we emit to the server, user ready. So at what point is it crashing? Let's do here then a console.log fine here. So is it before or after the thing gets hit there? Should be interesting to find out. So it gets called fine here. So it's this user ready that it's getting stuck in. So let's do a console.log fine here, and double check that we took it out of there. Yep, we did. I'll also research it quickly here. So function underscore has binary object range error maximum call stack size exceeded. Okay. Right. Okay, so it looks like we could have a issue there. Darkest Dungeon. I've not played that game. It's always interested me actually, Jimmy. So what's with the attack part you were just writing? It could be there. I forgot to actually check whether this was being called down here. So let's have a quick check. So if it's emitting fine here, there, it's saying on Google, it's saying that this issue might well be due to a circular reference error. Yeah, this is the game here, Master PC. We're not much way through it yet, so there isn't much to see here. Fine here, and then it's when I do that it fails. Okay. When have I changed this then? So when I click on that, let's have a see. So it did also say fine here back there. So it's actually not this part. Node, that's what we're using here. So how can I find where this maximum call stack size exceeded is? Well, let's go from what we've just done then, because that was what seems to have screwed things up. Oh, it could be here, couldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it could be this bit. So let's just comment that all out for now and save and have a see whether this will work, because this was, yeah, this would make sense if it was here actually. So that broke as well. Right. Oh, what if it was this? Let me just check here. Let's save that. I'd be hopeful that this was the issue. So hopefully we still have the issue here. Yes, we do. Okay. So if we get rid of that, and get rid of all this and save now. Let's have a C. We're fine. It was that thing from before then. So we'll put all this back again quickly. So what was wrong with this? So if we don't have a dual minions container, create one, else set its inner HTML equal to this, triple equals, as in that's the issue. Should I not be using triple equals to compare to null? Is that what you mean? I'll give that a go and just see whether that works whilst I wait for you to reply, as the delay seems a little bit high today. Nope, we still get the maximum call size error there. Yeah, JS does support triple equals. Oh, what we need to do here... Hang on, this might be the issue. Oh, this might be part of an issue. So we need to let affordable equal an array, and then we'll do affordable dot push self dot util hand I, and then we need to say here if affordable dot length is equal to 0, we'll do this, else do something here. So let's give that a go. I still think it's that bit up here though. So if this is null, create it, else set its inner HTML to be nothing. Let's have a look. Our server's working fine. Would you look at that? That was my issue. Oh no, that wasn't my issue. This was my issue, wasn't it? Oops. It's not fixed. Never mind. Okay. Because I use this reference elsewhere. Yeah, it's selected when I select a card, and that's when this bit goes through. I went through all of that, and it seems to be this part here. Like... save this. And let's give this a go. What? I've just realised how many different viewers we've had today. We've had almost 1,000 different viewers. Jesus. That's insane, man. So, if I click on that minion, we still get that error. Well, let's do here then a console.log test. And if we get to that point, we'll see test. Otherwise, we're going to need to find a trace of where to go. That's fine. It's when we have a specific user trying to do it, isn't it? It seems, because this guy managed to do it fine. Did we ever get test? No. So when we call this show facing, do a console log here. I think it does pretty much, by the way, that done it again. Oh, I didn't see if we console logged. Such an idiot. I'm fairly sure we didn't, but just in case. And the thing is, it's server side, so I'm fairly sure. We never got test here. We haven't got it in the command line for the server either. Okay. So show facing. Oh, I bet I know what it is. Oh, hang on. We're passing here. Right. We're trying to emit here the user.socket. Oh, well, like a thing. Yeah, I think I know what our issue is now. That should set us all back to normal. Okay? Because we were trying to emit to something in the object we're trying to emit. I think that was the issue there. Now that I think about it, I think that was the issue. Right, let's have a look. Oh, hang on though, because we now just need to say we'll just put this as self-facing and op-facing for now. And what we need to do down here, so we need to pass in here the utility hand of the user as well, and the sorcerer. Okay, so we also need to pass self-sorc and self-u hand. So with the show facing screen, paste, and then paste this. So we want to do self.sorcerer and self.utilHand and op.sorcerer and op.utilHand. Okay, I believe that was our small little issue there, and we should, once we get these being used down here, so self.self.uHand is what we need to refer to here, and this needs to be self.sorc, and this needs to be this. Okay, I think we have things sorted, but I've said that about 100 times today and nothing's been sorted. Okay, so let's try this properly. Confirm the mulligan and confirm the mulligan. Okay, it's a different issue though, it's fine. Whew, we made the issue, we fixed the issue. Hey, iFlava394, welcome to the stream. So when we do user.socket.emit, we need to actually do user.sorcerer and user.utilHand. I can't believe how many views. There are actually quite a few people here, but there's like 60 people not logged in on accounts. I'm a little bit skeptical and a little bit worried. Right, anyway, let's do this and this. But welcome all to the stream if you are real. Cannot yet property length of undefined game JS 172 self.uHand. Oh, okay. So actually, no, this should work. Right? So we do this. What was the error? Cannot read property length of undefined on 172, which was the reference to the utilHand. And so the op is equal to game.user 1 or 2. User 1 or 2.utilHand is a thing. So the reference must come from an error when we go... Right, so show facing. Show facing, here we go, there's our error. Self.sorc and self.uHand. Okay, I knew we had an error somewhere along the line, just wasn't sure where it was. Let's close both of these. So test. me test. Append child of null startup.js line 108. We haven't done this for a while. Oh right, where is this called from though? Show facing screen line 178. Show facing screen game.js 178. Create element. What? So the thing that it is, the ID, the class, the onClick, the inner HTML, what to append it to. Let's just double check that here. So copy this, paste this here. So we've got the div. This is div. This is attack dual op. This is null. This is the function. This is the inner HTML. This is the append to. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we have a game container still at this point, don't we? Nobody saw that. Nobody saw anything. What didn't you see? I don't know. We weren't talking about anything. You saw nothing. Don't lie. Hey Jack. Right, so we need to change this attack dual opponent thing. But if we were to click it, bam! Okay, so we need to change this then to just put your chair together. Nice. I like it. You're sitting like a god amongst men. So let's put 130 pixels or something here then, and then give it a left. Wait, what? Oh, this is 100 pixels. This should be then. Okay. Maybe we give it a height of like 26 pixels as well. Maybe 24. Yeah, that'll do. Right, okay. So we just need to set this as our attack dual opponent. I'd rather sit on you. Okay. Only if you tickle me first. Right, so let's get this back, seeing how we're working. Jack pulling out the subscriber emotes. I'll be there soon. Welcome to the stream, by the way, everyone. Hope you're all doing well today and have had an amazing Christmas. Bam, 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 bam. This guy shouldn't have that as an option. And this Okay, I think we're going to have to just separate these a little bit. Okay, so we have a couple of issues. So this show facing screen needs a little bit of a rework. And self-facing is not equal to null, then we'll display this. Okay. And then, in fact, we should put all of this in this loop, shouldn't we? In this if statement. Okay. So we can get rid of that now. And we'll do this. We're doing a lot of do something here. Okay, we don't actually need to do that. And that as well can just be removed for now. So the only other thing then was the facing stuff, or the stuff that we're facing. And that has a small issue at the moment. So, alright, see you later, Jack. Thanks for popping in today. So if there's nothing in the other box, we basically just want this to have a normal margin. But I guess what we need to do, dual minions card, find dual minions card, right. We're going to create a bigger element here, and it's going to be a div, and it's going to be dual container 1, no ID, no on click, no inner HTML, and it's going to be in the dual minions container, and the null, and then we're going to get this put into here, copy that and paste that here, make this container 2, copy paste. Okay, so then this dual container 1 and 2, these two are both going to have a height set to half of that thing, so this will be 250 pixels and a width of 100% of its of the thing that it's in, and then that should sort out that issue of them, the opponents facing looking a little bit strange, hopefully. Okay, so so this guy just needs to lose its top. I think that's because this here has that margin top. Yeah. So we just need to give these a line height of 250 pixels. And make sure that they don't inherit this. Okay, maybe we don't do that then. Maybe we just give them a height of 200 pixels. No, actually, I just realised, yeah. 250 pixels. Well, let's do that line height then of 250 pixels. And then we just need to set each of the cards to have a lot less line height. Something like, actually, what's the font size of all of those? 10 pixels? We'll just set that to that then. Let's see if this works. We might just need to come up with a better solution than this. Glad we've got past that issue of the load thing. I was like, oh, please don't tell me I've used too much memory already. So we'll pass that to here. Do that. Okay, this guy just needs to have that thing removed still. Sounds kind of disturbing. Dual minions container, dual container 2, dual cards minion. Alright. Okay. What if we just resize this margin top? This is probably going to be like 46 pixels. Oh, 48 because it's half. Okay. That works. Bam, 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 bam. So 48 pixels. And we have that working. So now what we need to do is make it so that this attack the minion thing actually attacks it. So instead of doing this, we will do socket.emit attack dual opponent. So we need to handle that on here. Socket.on attack dual op, and we're going to call the function in here socket handler dot attack dual op, passing in just the socket, and we need this to be a function, and with this socket here we then need to do, where's this attack dual opponent? No, that's not what we want. We want game mechanics. No, we don't. Where is it? Get game by socket. So get game by socket. So var game equals get game by socket. Socket. And what we're going to do then is we're going to say, okay, we are going to do, so yeah, so we're going to just take away our attack, the user's attack. So if game.user1.username is equal to the socket.username, then we're going to say user equals game.user1, and up here we'll just say let user, else user equals game.user2, And then what we're going to do is do user.facing.hp minus equals user.sorcerer.attack. Yep. Okay. And we're going to say if user.facing.hp is less than or equal to, well, is less than 1, we will do user.facing is back equal to null, and some other stuff. Else we'll wait for the opponent again, or do something else. Right. So here we do user.facing.hp minus equal user.sorcerer.attack, and if it's if the thing that is facing's attack is less than 1, we're going to say if, so we need to do the op thing here, op equals game.user2 and op equals game.user1. If op dot so if the opponent's ready is true, we do something. Else set user.ready is true and socket.emit show WFO. So if the opponent is ready, then we will update the screen, I guess. So what was that function called? Show facing, I guess. We just call show facing. So show facing, which requires this stuff. So copy, paste. So this will be user.emit, user.socket.emit, show facing. Oh, hang on. What am I doing? User.socket.emit this and op.socket.emit. In fact, that should be this. And the user should be given this. Okay. Well, actually what we need to do then, if the opponent is ready, we also need to check whether what they're facing is done. Is dead. So what about if we do, so if opponent is .ready is true and opponent.facing.hp is bigger than 0, then we'll do this. We also actually up here need to do user.sorcerer.hp minus equals user.facing.attack. user.facing.attack. It should be a capital A. Okay. In fact, that should be defense as well. Okay. So if user.facing.defense. Okay. So this should be else if op.ready is false, we do this. And then I believe we need to do another else here. So what we need to do here, so if the user-facing.defense is this, what was the first line of code you wrote for this? I actually don't know. That was quite a while ago. About a week ago. So we need to say if the opponent isn't ready, do this. It should really be an else if. We should always assume first that they're ready. So if the opponent is ready, then we're going to do this as well, I think. So I suppose what we could do, we'll fix this up later. This is a really badly written if statement. Okay. But it works at the moment, right? So here, this should actually be user.socket.emit, show that. Otherwise we show the facing of the opponent. Now, yeah, here we need else. If both of them have been completed, we need to end turn. And we need to pass this game. So we then need to basically do gamex.start turn, don't we? We're in end turn. Now, where do we draw a card? Oh, that's start game. I'm looking for start turn here. Okay. So if we literally just call start turn instead of end game here. So start turn. So that's gamex.start turn. We need a user and an opponent. So that would be user and that would be opponent. Actually, this should be another else if. Else if op.ready is true and the op.facing.defense is less than 1, then we will start the next turn. Therefore, moving us onwards, I think. So here when we call start turn, we call the reload hand function there. Now where do we make the turn number go higher? No, this isn't why we should be doing that. Cut and paste. Now we need to pass this then the game that this is being done in. Or we could just pass it the turn number at the moment. So game.turnNum. Well, there's that, or we just get it by the opponent or whatever. So when we call start turn, we get the game by the user, which we have a function for up here. So we return game here. Let's just get rid of that. So here we can just do let game, and then we can just set game here equal to that. And then we do the game.turnNum++. That should pretty much do it. So we just need to find turnNum. Oh no, we don't. We just need to get start game, start turn. Okay. The only other thing we would need to do here is say if user.sorcerer.hp is less than 0. Now that needs to go down here really. So if the opponent is ready, what do we do? Hang on. Well, actually, let's just do it up here for now. Then what we'll do is we'll wait for the opponent, and op.ready is false. Then we'll do show WFO. So we need to do a user.socket.emit. Show WFO. Where did I copy that from in order for it to be that screwed up? Unless I just screwed it up. So we emit here then that we need to show this. Else if user.sorcerer.hp is less than 0 and op.ready is true, what we need to do is say if op.sorcerer.hp is less than 0 as well, then we will just do console.log draw. No, what we need to do then is we need to do user.socket.emit loss game and op.socket.emit In fact, this is drawn game. And this is drawn game. Else user.socket.emit lost game and op.socket.emit one game. Okay, so if the opponent isn't ready, we just show this. Well, this needs to be really if op.sorcerer.hp is less than 0, or this, and the opponent is ready, then we show this, and else we do all of this stuff. I'm fairly sure I've screwed up so much here. But let's just do this then. So socket.on win game console.log 1 we're getting there, Sasfog. I haven't done a load for a while though, which is a little bit worrying. So we'll probably run into about 100 different errors. So won, lost or drawn. Okay. So let's give it a go, because you never know. Okay, so the server started up okay. That's a step. Unexpected open parentheses on line 51 of client socket handler. Oh, yep, that's fine. Yeah, I thought I'd try and test myself here, but I'm feeling pretty shaky. Okay. So they're both loading. That's a step in the right direction. Okay, so let's play it properly. Confirm mulligan. Oh. Game mechanics line 70 something. Oh, here. This is going to probably about half an hour worth of testing to make sure this works, and then possibly we get something in at the end that works. That would be my optimistic expectation here. Socket is not defined on game mechanics line 72. Very true. So this would be user.socket. Yeah. Okay. quite a lot of this, I'm fairly sure, is spaghetti code that I'll probably just look up off stream on improving. Not really look up, is it though? Just rewrite, I suppose. So this guy submits this guy. This guy can't attack, this guy can. Attack dual opponent. Cannot read property defense of null on... Yeah, most of the debugging time probably is. That's a small flaw with the way I'm doing things currently. I'm sure there's a better way of doing it. Line 253 is where our error is. So user.facing.defense. Interesting. Oh, so what we really need to do here then is say if in fact pretty much all of this needs to be in this if statement. It would currently end there, which is good. So if the user.facing is not null, then we'll do this. In fact, that shouldn't go all the way down there. We'll do that here. So if user.facing is not equal to null and it's that, else we'll just set ourselves to ready. That seems fine. Jesus, the amount of viewers we've had today is insane. Don't know why we've still got such a high view count. I'm awful. Right. 273. Oh, okay. And op.facing is not null, and so if they're facing something that is null, what do we want to do? Well, they're ready. So if the opposition is ready and the opposition's facing is not null, we'll do this. Else if the opposition is ready is not, then here we just want to say this or op.facing is null. Jeez. This is just spaghetti code really, I think. At least it's tasty. Oh, we've currently got the situation still where if no user has something to go up against, if both users have nothing to go up against, we do nothing. So if they show so if we show no playable cards, we show WFO, and we omit user ready, submit for duel. User ready. So if the op ready is true, okay. So if user.facing and op.facing are both null, we want to skip this stage and call forwards. So there we want to do if the opponent is ready. So here we have this if card is null. So if the card that we're passed here is null, if we want to say if user.facing is also null, hang on, then we want to do a emit and then an op.socket.emit, and we want to emit to both of these that what? Well, if we just emit the show facing for simplicity's sake. Thank you for following Ravero 4455, much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. So if we emit show facing and we emit null to as both user facing and opponent facing, null false user.sorcerer user.util hand. So when we show facing and we show facing screen, right, so here then what we want to do is we want to say if self facing is null and op facing is null, then we'll just do a socket.emit end term and then socket.on end turn. We will call socket handler.attack end turn, and we need to pass through the socket here. I'll address that in just 1 second, Sasfog, I've seen that. And then when we call end turn, we just want to call this actually. So end turn is a function which passes us a socket, and we want to then just do GameMex start turn for the next turn. Okay. So you set both the user and op sorcerer to have util hand in the util hand there. I possibly did. Yep, I did. Thank you. Okay. I'm not particularly sure whether this is going to function quite how I want it to or not yet. We'll have a quick check. I'm pretty sure that we're still quite a way away, unfortunately. User is not defined on GameMex.startTurn. Line 298. So here we need to do paste. So let the user and let op, we forgot to do that up here, be a variable, and then we can do that. Okay, that's one bug fixed. Electron load up. Test, test. Okay. Oh, I see what's happened. Okay. So we just got pushed through to suddenly being on the third turn. Okay. And suddenly now, one of these users has a card that they can play. Allegedly. It's not this user. And it's not this user either. What? Now I'm confused. Let's retry that. I'm really confused as to what happened there. Right. So cannot read defense of null. On server socket handler line 284. Should we be doing this the other way round, where we check whether it's null first? Because they would have just killed it, I guess. Again, then we've just been skipped straight through to turn 3 here. So we need to add some form of interaction when we go up through the turns like that. Yeah, that's not great. Okay. Okay, so why isn't this working? Okay, I think I need to redo this because I've not done this to the best of my ability. And it's not working as I want it to. So, right. Yeah, like that's just everywhere. Okay. So on attack dual opponent, which is called from here, socket.emit attack dual opponent. We want to, well, we need to call the get game by socket. And say that var game is this. And what we want to do is attack the dual opponent for both users. So let's do this step by step. Okay. So if, well, what we're going to do then is we're going to say if socket.username. This is JavaScript mostly, as well as some HTML and CSS. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Chivalrous Inertia. Hope you're doing well today. So if the socket username is equal to game.user1.username, then we'll do something else, we'll do something else. So let user and op be variables, and we'll say here user equals game.user1 and op equals game.user2, else user equals game.user2 and op is game.user1. Okay, so now that we have done that, what we need to do, so if the username is that one, right, okay, so we need to get the game's going good. Sorry, I'm really all over the place at the moment. I need to probably go and get a coffee, but yeah, the game's going pretty well. The back end was done off stream, and we're currently working on the main sort of front of the game now, It's a card game, and if there's any more that you want to know, then just feel free to ask. No, you're not a distraction at all. I love the interaction. We've not had much of it today, despite the viewer count being ridiculous. We've had quite a bit though, and that's the reason I like to stream it, because otherwise it's a big lonely world. So yeah, feel free to put anything that you need to in the chat. Ask away. So now that we've got this, we need to get the facing of the user. So user.facing.defense minus equals the user.sorcerer.attack, I believe is the case. Yep. And we want to then also do the user.sorcerer I think it was HP for the sorcerer, wasn't it? It was. That went wrong. Minus equals the user.facing.attack. What are the rules of attacking and taking damage? If there's minion, you attack minion first. At the moment, I think they're gonna. Well, I had this planned out. You're gonna take damage simultaneously, kind of thing. So, like, imagine if you went into a battle wielding a sword and the opponent was wielding an axe. You'd both sort of hit each other mainly at the same time. There may be cards that are faster or slower. No hints on game design. But generally, this will be the way that things are handled. The damage will be taken simultaneously during the dueling. So we've taken the health off of both of these users. Now, what I want to do here then is, once they've said, okay, I want to attack the thing, is I want to say if op.ready is true, that goes on far longer than I expect every single time. Thank you for following. Let me just double check who that was. Yuri Pecco, much appreciated, my man, and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. So many viewers today. It's been absolutely ridiculous, but I love it. So if the opponent is ready, then we want to set the opponent ready to false, and we also want to do, so if the opponent ready is false, we want to send this. Yeah, we want to emit this. We want to basically update the this bit. So we do show facing. Okay, we'll just do that. Show facing. Now, one thing we also need to do then is we need to handle whether or not this person is actually even facing something. So if they are facing nothing, so if self.face, well, actually what we should do here for now, okay, so if self-facing is null, then we will send this to the server. Yeah, we'll just set that this person is ready. So socket.emit. We have user ready as a thing, don't we? Yeah. So we could do that. But I think we should do it something different here. So we're going to say dual over from this user. So socket.on. So we're going to get rid of this end turn for now, because that's just so unfriendly, if that's the thing. So on dual over, we're going to make a call to a function and socket handler dot dual over for this socket only. And what we will do then is say dual over is a function taking in a socket. I can't remember if I actually even passed the socket through to this. I did for once. Fantastic. So if the dual is over for this user, we want to say that this user is no longer facing anything. So we're going to have to do this again. We should probably just make this into a function at some point too. But we're going to say user.facing equals null. And then we're going to say if the opponent.facing is equal to null. So if our opponent is not facing anything as well, then we will end turn. In fact, no, we'll start next turn. And we'll be passing the user and the opponent into that. Let's just double check. Start turn. GameMex.start turn. Okay. So GameMex.start turn. Okay. Why are we doing that in end turn? I have no idea. So we've got the dual being over. Otherwise here we'll do else socket.emit show WFO. The only issue would be if we are showing WFO, how are we gonna handle this end turn thing? Well, we can sort that out up here. So what we want to do then is we want to do, where did my stuff from just now go? Oh, because this shouldn't exist, basically. Yeah. So when we attack dual opponent, our game is this. Okay. So if the opponent is ready, yeah, we should do that here. So we'll do user.ready equals true. So if the opponent is ready, and use the opponent dot facing is null, then we're only going to show this facing to the user. No, we don't want to do it that way. That's not how we want to handle this. Well, actually, we just want to set the op.ready not to false. We just want to show facing to both people. So user.socket.emit show facing with all of the stuff that requires. And we want to do the same for the opponent. In fact, like that, except this needs to have the opponent stuff. And then what we want to do is cut that out there. So we're basically just going to leave this user in the waiting for opponent phase. I guess we'll also do now show facing receives here, show facing screen. Okay. and we remove the waiting for opponent thing. So I guess what we should do is we should do op.socket.emit show WFO, since we are waiting for them. Now, if the opponent is not ready, else if the opponent.ready is false and the opponent.facing is not equal to null, then what we will do is we will say this user needs to wait, so user.socket.emit. We'll probably emit the show facing to them. Yeah, show facing, just to update them. Null, null, false, user.sorcerer, user.utilhand, and then we'll do user.socket.emit show WFO. If the opponent.ready is true, else if the opponent.ready is true and the opponent.facing is not null, then we just do this part. Okay. I believe that should be it, but I'm not sure. So if, when we get to that point, if self.facing is null, then we submit dual over, and that starts a new turn. That would work in my head. Let's see whether it actually works in game. Okay. I probably shouldn't have done that, but that's fine for now. Okay. So this guy submits something. This guy is facing it. Attack dual opponent. Oh wow. We just skipped to turn 4 despite us having a 3 attack minion in hand. Why do we have 3 attacks? There's something weird going on there then. Okay. So when we go through to start turn, I don't want to do anything for now. Because I think there's some form of issue here. So what we need to do is see what's going wrong really. Right. So on attack dual opponent, here, send attack to server. So we send the attack to server, and then attack dual opponent, pass that a socket, and we say all of this stuff. We'll check this in a moment because I think there's actually something wrong elsewhere. Thanks, Asfog. I'll hopefully catch you again sometime soon, maybe tomorrow. Much appreciated for your help today, and I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. So, show facing. So we send that attack to server. And oh, now the thing is, We have an issue here though. We don't ever handle if the facing HP is less than 0. So why does it actually proceed? I don't know. Why does it proceed? Oh, because we're passing show facing null. Oh, I copied the wrong thing. Oh, we're getting laggy. Op.facing, user.facing. Apologies for the dogs. User.facing. If the op.ready is false, yeah, this is fine. And we want to show the op.facing for now. And show waiting for opponent. And then user.socket.emit show facing. So this should be user.facing and op.facing. User.facing, op.facing. And then when we receive that, if self-facing is null, submit dual over, which does this down here. Well, it doesn't matter if we don't need to do that. We don't need to use the .facing as null because we know it is. So if the opponent is also facing nothing, then we just want to skip forwards to the next turn. So actually this needs to be there, but what I need to do is stop that. Console.log turn end. Now this should never happen at the moment, so let's have a see how that handles. Test, test, where's test? Okay, so let's mulligan all of that and all of that. So we hit turn end there. Okay, that's fine. That's good. So let's try again then. And hopefully get a 1-drop for one of the users. And then we need to get a 1-drop for both users to double check whether that works. And we might possibly need to get the first and the second user. To do that. Is it really dark here? Oh, it is. Jeez, I didn't even realise. It's really bad that I didn't even look around me. I looked at the I looked at OBS. Yeah, I'm not really concentrating. 1. Okay, so we've got this facing now. So this is the one that green is now facing. So if we click attack dual opponent, that should have done something, but it didn't. So if now we've run into somewhat of a dead end here now, because where are we getting stuck down here then? Because we're not emitting anything back again, are we? Because we should be seeing therefore this having negative. So maybe we do a console log here. That could be what we do. So I guess it's the case where our op.ready is false and they're facing something. Yeah. Oh no, we've done that. So what is the issue here then? So if we've returned null here, then if self-facing is null, then we emit dual over, and on emitting dual over, we need to do user.socket.emit. That might be part of the issue here then. And this sets the user.ready to true. So if the opponent is ready and the opponent is facing null, then we do a user.socket.emit that. Right. So what I want to do now then is just do a console.log hit. Okay. Close those and restart the server. So we'll do our test and our other test account. Okay. We'll do that. And we'll do that. So this guy can't emit and can't play a minion. So we need to fix that up. So when a user can't play a minion, where do we get that? So I guess that's in that start game here. Anyway, we'll leave that for now. We'll submit that for the other person to play against. They'll then click attack opponent, which says hit. So therefore we need to find out which of these if statements it's hitting and which of them I think it should be hitting. So what do I think it should be hitting here? So is the opponent ready? Yes, they are. And if they're facing null, then we should be doing user.socket.emit this and that. However, I don't think that part's being hit here, at least. So let's have a check. Test. Okay. So we hit turn end because nobody had anything to play. Let's try that again. When nobody has anything to play, it's kind of irritating, to say the least. Alright, so this person's got something to play, and this person has also got something to play. So we'll submit that, and we'll submit that. There we go. Oh, however, both of them changed to -1. and then they both go to -3. Interesting. Okay. So now that we're getting that, that's really good for me though. Now, the other thing I need to do is test if one person hits them. So for now, that's okay. It's just that I want to test whether or not this guy, or so this person's got a 1. We'll just confirm this mulligan, because this guy can't do anything. Hello, Sionic, and welcome to the stream. Much appreciated. Thank you very much for the follow there. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, so this guy's got a 1 health minion to drop. So here, if we attack dual opponent, this doesn't do anything. So, if the opponent dot ready is true, and the opponent dot facing is null, well, yeah, that would make sense compared to what as to what we know right now. Because at the moment, what seems to be happening is this dual over doesn't seem to go down to this user.ready is true. Are you using API between front and back end or socket.io? I'm using socket mainly for communication. We've kind of got like a middleware and back end where we've got like a database which we're not particularly using at the moment, only for logins. We've then got the server and then we've got the clients. That's how we're working so far, Thriven. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Hope you're doing well today. So I guess we kind of want to check if this dual over is getting hit when someone doesn't have something to play. So I'm using MongoDB. So constant log dual over hit, and I want to kind of remove this for now. Okay. We need to close Electron as well. Okay. Dual over hit twice. Yeah, that's fine. Because both of them had nothing to play. Added MongoDB to a Twitch bot. Yeah, it took me a while to get accustomed to it. I'm still not fully competent, I wouldn't say, because it is so different to SQL, which I'm used to working with. Yeah. And it, I don't know, support seems a bit sporadic, so to speak. You are Bugman, you will survive all annihilations. Cool. So we've hit a dual over, which means that this the opponent should be ready. Which means when we click attack dual, yeah, nothing's actually happening though. Which means there's an issue up here though, which is fine. Well actually, I guess we should put this here. Thing I don't expect us to have hit. Gotta be inventive sometimes. FT is .NET/MS SQL developer, and when I was working in Mongo and Node, I was like, am I creating database table or am I defining it? Oh man. I've never worked in IT, but yeah, I'm kind of a little bit glad. So, the thing I didn't expect us to have hit is actually getting hit down here. So that means that the opponent should be ready when this user clicks attack dual opponent. So if the opponent is ready and the opponent's facing is null, so why don't we do here then console.log user.facing to have a little see. Right. So we've got a 1 in there. So we can just keep this hand. Undefined. Right. That's interesting. So here when we hit this user.ready is it's user.ready, it's saying it's undefined. Wow. That sounds pretty bad. Making 90 grand a year. That's a little bit more than I earn. By a lot. So when we're console logging user.facing, it's returning us undefined. Why is it returning us undefined? So we're getting this user here, so let's just double check what user is equal to. Maybe as we go through, our user.ready somehow becomes undefined in some way, which would it make sense? Potentially would. Oh no, now everyone knows my username is test. Oh, actually no, we did hit something here. So facing is null. Oh wait, that's facing, hang on. Ready is false. Interesting. Because that means then so where's the user.ready undefined when the user is defined and shows me ready? That is kind of odd. In fact, really odd. Hey Dylan Yasson, I think it is. Welcome to the stream. And thank you Thriven for the follow. Much appreciated. user so when we console.log user.ready, it said that there was nothing, it was undefined. So let's do user.username then. Okay. So it's passing me user.username. So let's try user.ready then, because that should be working. I don't see why it wasn't before, I'm fairly sure. Thank you for the follow, Dylan, as well. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Electron dot. Ugh, apologies that this last section here has been a bit slow. Trying to work out quite a few bugs here that have been a result of some pretty rough. There we go. That's pretty interesting actually, Splodge Man. Pretty interesting. So the opponent user is ready. So if op.ready, well, let's console log op.ready then. Console.log op.ready. And let's also do op.facing. And let's open this up. This is like the longest part of it. So that's true and undefined. Interesting. Interesting. Especially when we set up. Actually, no, we don't necessarily do this. So here we should just do user.facing equals null, and then that should solve that issue. I'm fairly sure it would at least. Okay, let's have a see. There we go. So what we want to do then is we want to say, once we've done this, this is where things get confusing. Okay, so we've taken away their HP. So if user.facing.defense is less than 0, so if they have killed that, then they would probably need to just Well, it depends if the opponent's ready. And opponent.ready is true. Then we will just also check and if the opponent is facing null, then we will do something. Right, so what we're going to do here is say user.facing is null, and then send to both, and then new turn, right? Yeah, that would set it back to new turn, that's fine. User.facing is null, and then new turn, and then call new turn. So where am I at? In terms of this project or in general, like location? Else if user.facing.defense is less than 0 and the opponent is not ready, do something. So send them to the WFO, send show WFO, yeah, I'm from the UK, to user and wait, and set user.facing equals null. Else if user.facing.defense is less than 0 and opponent is ready, and opponent.facing is not equal to null, then we will just send them back here. Why does everyone that programs for web use Atom? Not everyone does. One of the biggest ones, one of the biggest web development streamers, Adam13531, if you don't know him, he uses Sublime Text. I personally am on an Atom tilt at the moment. I prefer Atom to Sublime or Visual Studio Code or anything like that, but other people use a lot of other different things as well. I can't remember what Jovgood's using at the moment, but no, not everyone does. Maybe the last few people that you've seen use Atom, but yeah. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Game Me. So if this is true, then we will just show facing to both users. So send show facing to both users. Else if user.facing.defense, this shouldn't be 0, this should be 1. So if their defense is not less than 1, so is bigger than 0, then we just do all of the following. I think that would work. So what we do here then is we say user.facing equals null and op.ready equals false, and then we call that new turn function or start turn function. Copy, paste that in here. Have you tried using NetBeans? I haven't actually, Grimfather. I'm not 100% sure what it is even. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Send show WFO to the user and set user facing to null. So user.facing is null, and user.socket.emit show WFO. And finally, Send show facing to both users. So this. Copy. Basta. Okay. So the only thing here then is this turn end turn mechanic there that may be an issue. So if the opponent is facing null, well, that's an issue here though, because we can't just do this for both, because console.log would happen twice then, and that might be why our start turn is going up twice and we're just going straight to turn 3. So if the opponent.facing is null, my camera is dark. Is it that dark? Oh, holy Jesus. Let me just go to my light. I can see stuff, that's the thing. Oh, it burns. It burns. Forever an elusive mystery. Oh man, that hurts now. Okay. So what we need to do now is work out how we would figure this out. So if they both have this if this is the case for both of them, what do we need to do? Turn it off. Thriven. So the thing is, the ready is false here, right? So what we could say is, and op.ready is true, then we do this. Else we do that. Okay, that would work. Like that, it would. Okay. So let's have a see then. We also want to do op.ready is false here. So wherever we say if op.ready is, we just want to do op.ready is false. That means it's a pretty big IDE developed by Oracle, good for Java, Web, C, PHP, very good for Maven-based Java projects especially. Okay, I'll have a look at that possibly. I am quite a nut for IDE. Like, I don't know, I like IDEs a lot, and I do change about quite a bit. I'm pretty happy with Atom at the moment, but it could be a potential changeover, NetBeans. I'll have a look at it at some point. So wherever we're relying on the opponent's readiness to be true, we need to set it back to false. So if the opponent is ready, set it to false. If the opponent is ready, set it to false. Okay, let's have a look then. Let's see how much is broken and whether or not this will actually work properly now. Is it possible that... Nerd! Thank you, WastedFX, for the follow. Much appreciated. Glenn, stop it. Behave. Right. Who's logged in there? Test. Yeah. Thank you all for the follows. Much appreciated. I don't know how we have so many viewers today. Honestly, I'm a bit scared that someone's view-botting me, but I don't think I'm cool enough for that. Sublime chairs, even better. So we've hit attack dual opponent here, but nothing's happened. And nothing's happened here either. So it seems like if both users are facing something... Right, so if user.facing.defense is less than 1, Thank you for the follow, Glenn. Much appreciated, I think. There's a nice Darkula theme in there. Okay. Oh, I like the Darkula themes. They're quite nice. So if the facing dot defense is less than 1, then we set them to facing nothing. So let's go through this for the first person then. The first person that done this, you may have at some point aggregated to the top of game dev. I don't know how though. It was just like suddenly we were just on like 10 viewers, and then suddenly someone hosted and we got to 20, and then suddenly we were at 70, and we've been at like 70 for about 4 hours now. It's a bit crazy. Yeah, ridiculous really. Ugh, even more support. Thank you, Ryan. Mod before even following. How good is that? Much appreciated though. Thank you, Jack, as well. Much appreciated. The follow train. I was definitely following you before I was mod. Mod just flew. Did he fly? Right. I don't know why I've even got Nightbot in here. I need to remove it. I don't need the bots really. I was just trying to get something that would aggregate points over time. The only good one for that would have been Ankbot, but I don't really fancy it. Keep the follow train going. Yeah, let's see if we can get a follow train going. Gap of Pride. Don't know why that's Gap of Pride. Anyway. So that first person, is he facing something with defense less than 1 now? Yes. Is the opponent ready? No. Okay. Is that the case? Yep. Yep. User.socket.emit show WFO. This never happened. Why did this not happen? So user.socket.emit show WFO. Is this even a thing then? Socket.on show WFO. We do this. We show WFO. User.socket.emit show WFO. Everyone unfollow, then follow. Stuff it, Jack. I don't even think that would work. User.facing.defense is less than 1, and the opponent's readiness is not true. Thank you, Swodgeman, for the follow. Much appreciated. Can I play yet? Not at the moment. We're kind of like almost at a playable stage, but it's not going to be the the whole game. It's just going to be a certain amount of it. Blow it out your knee. That's a bit weird. Yeah, you'll hopefully be able to play it in the next couple of days though. A couple of us will hopefully be able to get on and do some practice stuff. I just need to get this bit sort of sorted at the moment, and we're close. Your bot is edgy. Yeah, I know, he's a bit weird, isn't it? I need to get rid of him. Right, think. So... oh, right. We also need to set here then user.ready is true. So let's just do here then a console.log not expecting to be hit. Both users need 1 drop. Okay. Yeah, it's like a I don't even know anymore. Right, let's get the server started again. And do some of this. The whole rest of the day, like, I've been okay, but it just seems this last hour or so I've lost my way on how to do this a little bit. We'll try and get there though. So it sent us automatically to turn 2, which is kind of good. We now have a 2-drop. And is that a 2-drop then? Nope. Okay, but that's not what we wanted to test anyway. That bit was probably already broken. Okay. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, so we've got the 1-drop here. We don't want a 1-drop here, so we'll get rid of it. Oh, that's the same. Okay, so if we submit this, this guy here is meant to dual that, and we're not getting a server log. Why? So if the opponent.ready is not true, oh, it's because when, don't worry. So the actual case there then is that the opponent is ready because we set that down here. So if user facing.defense is less than 1 and the opponent is ready and they are facing nothing, then we emit this, this, and the opponent.ready equals false from then. Right. But so we should do this up here. Yep, Jack. What's up? I think it's time to call it a day. Maybe. So this is the one that we're expecting to emit. So if we do a console.log test. So this here shows this. I don't know whether this is ever being hit. I would assume... No, we do know it's being hit because we've seen that before. Okay. So if we do a console.log test, that would work. I will definitely be up for some Euro Truck Sim tonight though. Probably. What time is it now? Oh, I thought it was later. I've been streaming almost 7 hours. That still didn't... Oh, hang on. So are we ever accommodating for a case here where are we ever accommodating here for that? So our we've set the facing less than 1, so it's up here. If the opponent is, well, they would be ready, so it's one of these two. And if they are facing nothing, which they're not, then we run this. But we don't. Yep, I'm gonna break. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you all very much for watching. I'll see who we can go and host, because we can go and give them a massive host at the moment, as things are. Let's go, and I've been liking the stuff that Wheeze has been doing lately. So let's go and host Wheeze. So dashboard. host. I've forgotten how to host people. Uh-oh. And I've lost my chat. God damn it. Yep, thank you all very much for watching though. And I will catch you next time when I can find the host. How to host channel name. I'll catch you guys next time.